Now we're live. Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals Public Review Session for December 13th, 2021. The following cases have requested an adjournment. Item number 1, 2021-30BZ, 222 44th Street, Brooklyn. Item number 2, 2019-298BZ, 506 West 181st Street, Manhattan. And item number 3, 2020-87BZ, 30 West 32nd Street, Manhattan. The following item is requested postponements. Item number 4, 2017-20BZ, 550 Fifth Avenue, Brooklyn. Item number 5, 2020-33BZ, 437 88th Street, Brooklyn. The following application has been requested.
Wait. So I'm going to add to this the PCEs that we're going to be postponing. Okay. So I can read them because they're coming out of turn, but there were 4 PCEs, I think.
No, I can do it. I marked them, but I didn't know if you wanted to go that way.
Yeah,
okay.
That's okay. So it's number 22.
Number 22, which is 19402BZ, 1775 South Avenue, Staten Island. Item number 23, 9-11BZ, 2129 White Plains Road, the Bronx. Item number 24, 5511BZ, 2914 3rd Avenue, the Bronx. And item number 25, 5711BZ, 208 West 125th Street, Manhattan.
And I just want to say that the reason these are being postponed is the legislation allowing physical culture establishments to be operating in commercial districts as of right was enacted last week, and it only needs to be signed by the mayor. It was enacted by the city council, so only to be signed by the mayor. So likely that those applications will be withdrawn unless there is a challenge to the legislation that's successful. Yeah, Tony.
Okay, so we have to vote on the withdrawal, sorry.
Yeah,
Item number 6.
Yeah, sure. You didn't read the withdrawal yet. Okay.
Oh, I didn't, I'm sorry. Item number 6, 2017-21BZ, 3438 38th Street, Queens. This is being withdrawn.
Motion to withdraw.
Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, decision items. Item number 7, 33902BZ, 14665 Springfield Boulevard, Queens.
Getting there, scrolling. Just a second. Okay. So before I make a motion on this, last hearing, I didn't have a chance to really carefully look at the photos that were provided by our compliance officer on a site visit, and Vice Chair Shanda mentioned them, but we didn't pick up the conversation and talk about it. So I'd like to just talk about the perimeter conditions that were revealed in those photographs that were taken on November 11th. It shows that the perimeter of the site is really an eyesore, and it's not just things that will be made up by the landscaping that we're requiring here. It shows that there's decaying knee walls, stained and unfinished concrete block walls. There's razor wire and so on the fencing, which will be removed when the fencing is replaced. But I think that the general nature of how this site is adjacent to residential uses is a concern. So what I would like to do is, I'd like also our compliance officer, Ted Ricketts, to send, to make sure that, or let's say it's more like our project manager should be sending to the applicant those photos that Ted Ricketts took, so that the applicant is aware of what we refer. So our project manager is Jolene Chu. So I would like them to understand what it is we're concerned about. So, and then to continue, we did receive the revised tech memo with the agency sign-offs, which was what we were waiting for. And we received a landscaping operational plan that I would like our council to include sort of a resume of in the resolution. And Chase, let me know if you need help locating that. But what I would like to suggest is that, where's the rest of my notes here? I'd like to suggest that with this, maybe we should schedule this, we vote on it, but that we should schedule it for another compliance visit, like in 8 months, which gives enough time for the planting season, which would include the fence, plus the installation of the new lighting, because that we have an issue with the lighting on one of the property lines, and then also the installation of the acoustical fencing and so on. I think 8 months would be enough time. Then Ted could go out and take photographs, and we can make sure that all of that's done and the entire perimeter of the site has been improved. And then Ted will have his historical photos to know what was problematic on the visit in November. So, I'd like to make a motion to grant on that condition of having an 8-month compliance visit. And those decaying knee walls and stained and unfinished concrete block walls repaired. And of course, no razor wire ever permitted on the site. So with that, a motion to grant on condition. Is that clear, Chase?
I just want to,
Yeah, just 1 second. I just want to make sure it's clear.
So
Chase?
that's clear. I just wanted to also note, Chair, that you had mentioned a condition for this, that the structural capacity of the retaining walls, as
Right.
well as wind loads and other impacts on the fence, be evaluated and approved by DOB.
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. And also that the landscaping and acoustical treatments and lighting adjustment, and as indicated on the plans, needs to be installed. And then I'll go around with that. So Vice Chair?
yeah, I thought last time we were also going to suggest an approval with a 15-year term, with condition with 15-year term. That was what I had in my note. Because the discussion was that the extent of the work on this site was so much that that investment on this and the commitment level of this team to make these improvements seem we were convinced by that, and that we felt a 15-year for a magnitude of this work would make sense. So I just want to make sure, is that's still on the table?
Yeah, that's what we said at the when we closed. That was all I went through and asked each commissioner if they were okay with the 15 years. And Chase, you got that in your draft?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. So, Chase prepares the resolutions before the hearing. So, and then just modifies it according to what we might say during the review session of before the vote, he prepares it. So, oops, I just wiped everything out. Okay, so then unless people have any other comments, we can go around the room. So it's a motion to grant on all of those conditions.
Chair Promoter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
sorry, Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 8, 6112, 61-12BZ, 216 Lafayette Street, Manhattan.
Okay, just a second. Sorry, okay. So they had requested and we had agreed on removal of the term here. So, and I'd like to make there was no submission required. So I'd like to make a motion to grant on condition. This was the conditions that was suggested by neighbors, actually, that we agreed on, the parts that we agreed on. So condition on that they maintain good rodent extermination, trash management and removal, in particular in that rear yard that seems to be shared by neighbors, and also care with respect to the placement of air conditioning, HVAC equipment, and noise attenuation from the inside, because it's a restaurant and or it could be a restaurant, so arguably could be noisy. So on those conditions, a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter? Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shetbetta?
Aye.
Application has been granted. Item number 9, I'm sorry. Item number 9, 2021-31 BZ, 65 East 83rd Street, Manhattan.
There was no submission required on this one, and there were no conditions, so a motion to grant.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
You're
Commissioner
muted.
Shabeta?
Aye.
Item number 10, 2019-173 BZ, 18701 Hillside Avenue, Queens. So the application is granted.
Second rolling, I have a lot of notes. Okay. I think we're good with the seeker and DOT sign off. And we have the final updated EAS received and DOT's requested note on the plans. And so I'd like to make a motion to grant a condition. The condition is matching the note that's on the plans, which says all transportation measures as described in the final EAS and transportation monitoring program commitment letter shall be implemented with final approval of measures to be determined by the Department of Transportation. And we have DOT's requirements, a letter of theirs. So I'd like that included in the resolution, and also conditioned on the provision of robust landscaping as shown on the plans, and maintain the landscaping as a dense buffer. And those were my conditions. Everything, did you get all of that, Chase?
I got it. Thank you.
So then a motion to grant on those conditions.
Chair Perlmutter? Chair Perlmutter?
Oh, aye. What happened? I said aye. Can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Yeah, I didn't hear you before. I'm sorry.
Uh,
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Application's been granted. Item number 11, 2019-257 BZ, and 2019-258A, 179 East 79th Street, Manhattan.
Okay, the submission that we just received states that the roof of the structure is in bad shape and needs to be replaced. Staff clarified with the applicant that this does not include, that the replacement does not include the need to remove the concrete slab of the roof, but only the roofing material. Because if the entire structure turns out to need replacing, then I would want to see a skylight installed there, and I'd like that to be a condition. So if the concrete roof has to be replaced or significantly altered for structural reasons, then a skylight of, say, 30 by 30, 30 inches by 30 inches be installed as well. Otherwise, at what we discussed at the last hearing, the condition was, which is what's shown on the drawings, is insulate the roof to keep the room bearable in summer So insulation must be part of the new roof assembly, which is what's shown on the drawings, to retain the ceiling height in the interior of the room to 8'2", which would be reduced only on the ceiling side of the slab only by the thickness of the plaster, which is described on the drawings as a 1/4 inch thick. So that we're getting effectively, or let's say nominally, 8'2" floor to ceiling in that room. So that's the condition. Feel free to jump in if you have comments, but a motion to, Chase, go ahead.
Does the board, should the applicant need to make that change to install a skylight in the future, does the board have any feelings about that being done by letter?
Oh, right, because that can be done by letter of whichever, letter of no objection, letter of substantial completion, compliance.
So we can include that in the resolution.
Okay, yeah, that's a good idea. Thank you. Okay, so go ahead, a motion to grant on those conditions, but if you have comments, please feel free.
Okay, to approve 2019-257BZ, Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
aye,
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
and to approve item number 12, 2019-258. I did it separately, I'm sorry.
Oh, I see. You're reading. I don't understand what you just did. You had us.
I did the BZ first and the A second. I should have called, I know I called them together, but we're doing the vote separately.
Okay.
So for 219-258A, Chair Perlmutter,
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
aye,
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Both applications are granted. Item number 13, 2020-65BZ, 1215-1217 East 22nd Street, Brooklyn.
I hate to say it, but here we go again. I should probably have learned by now not to close the applications for these 73-622s that are handled by this particular applicant, since the plans and calculations are always different than they were on the day of closing. I'm making a mental note, no closing until the drawings are finalized. Therefore, no closing until I can say no submission needed. When we close a case, but leave the record open, it is to make minor corrections to the application, not to change the scope of the requested waivers. Here, after 2 sets of drawings submitted since our last hearing, the requested FAR went up twice by 0.01, and the floor area went up by 114 square feet, not 75 square feet, as is misleadingly stated in the last cover letter. The open space ratio went down by 2%, the wall height increased by 1 foot, and most importantly, the non-complying side yard decreased by 4 inches, which we cannot allow unless it complies with permitted obstructions in a side yard as stated in section 23-44A8. I do see the new note to that effect added to the drawing, but another note needs to be added to the drawing that BSA makes no representation as to whether the added thickness meets the required R value, which is one of the conditions. So that must be reviewed by DOB. And as I said, that note needs to be added to the drawings. I also like to know, has the added depth of the wall thickness been added to the floor area calculations or exempted by section 12-1012? How can we know? It doesn't say anything, and that needs to be addressed there. The front yard depth oddly increased by 1 foot 8 inches, while the rear yard depth remains the same. So I'd ask then, why isn't there a reduction in floor area? There were so many changes. It's so, it's so infuriating. The front to back string dimension that's provided on one side is 1 inch longer than the site. The most recent cover letter misrepresents the modifications to the existing walls to remain, one wall and two partial walls are being removed from the second floor and a shorter wall put back, reducing the retained total on that house to 57% from 72%, which was not what was said in the cover letter. Cover letter acts as if a better wall was selected in lieu of another wall or a longer wall. I want to see on the drawings the total wall linear footage calculations, not just those to remain, and to see the additions on both. So to actually see them adding up the total wall of the existing and then adding up the walls to remain, so that we can actually see that the calculations are correct, because I found errors. The attic diagram actually makes no sense. It should show floor to rafter heights throughout, so that Department of Buildings can review the full scope of the possible floor area. They need to provide a real attic plan with a reflected ceiling like we see on almost every other application. It tells us what the floor to rafter heights are all throughout the attic. Whether or not the attic is accessible, it doesn't matter. They need to dimension the height of the drop ceiling, the dropped portion shown in section A and B on BSA 10. They dimension the height of the taller ones, but not the dropped ones. Also, how is the first floor elevation at 4'2" and also at 3'9" above the base plane at the same time? That makes the floor to floor heights different. They are different. And I ask, is there a step up between the houses? There's nothing noted on the plans. And that's a 5-inch difference between floors. I think what's happening is the link is making up the difference. Section B on BSA 10 shows the level change occurring at the link, but it's not reflected by steps or a ramp on the plans. And I'm curious whether the owners are aware they're going to be stepping up and down between the two sides of the house. And you cannot just in the last second change the floor to floor heights without telling us what's going on. So the only thing I can say that was what we asked them to do was the height of the link was dropped as discussed to allow a reading of the two houses independently, which is a great improvement to the design. They didn't call out the materials on the elevations, which we asked for. And then I have to say, what's the reason for the floor area increase in the B area of the first and second floors? There's no reason given. It's 20 square foot increase on each floor. Why in the world would you need an increase on a link that you're creating from new? So we need to reopen, but we're not going to do this today. And the applicant really has to get its act together, instruct the architect and pay attention itself to what's going on. And I have to add that I don't like to see this type of application creep after closing. And we see it with this applicant more often than not. So I'm pretty upset. I spent a lot of time reviewing, which should have taken me 10 minutes to review. I spent hours trying to figure out all the differences between the drawings we saw last time and the newest drawings, because now I don't trust anything that I see from, or let's say anything that's listed on a cover letter isn't trustworthy. So this one, we're not going to reopen it today.
So we're deferring.
We're going to defer, and we're going to schedule it for another day where we will reopen.
Okay.
Any comments from Vice Chair, others?
No, I also actually was going through the drawings and the calculations, and there were mismatch between the zoning chart and what's on the site plan. And just with regards to the material treatment, I think on BSA drawing 1, there's a note that says east-west south facades to receive new 4-inch brick veneer, north facade to receive new 4-inch, I think, or 4 foot. That sounds not reasonable. 4-inch brick veneer permitted pursuant to ZR 2344. That's the location where the material has been stated, but I think it should be there on the elevations more also.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
No additional comments.
Okay. Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further from me.
Commissioner Shabeta? You're muted or something,
Oh, no additional comments. Thank you, Chair.
and I see Chase's hand up. Go ahead.
Just in light of the Vice Chair's comment, I would like to ask the applicant to submit a updated zoning compliance chart for all of the changes in the next submission.
So, and, okay. Thanks.
And
And
just to note that the zoning chart that is there in the drawing is okay. It's the separate BSA zoning chart. It's totally incorrect.
So yes, so and we've given this instruction before. All of the materials in the application should be consistent and current. So if we do have a zoning chart that is no longer current with the existing zoning conditions on the plans, a new zoning chart should be submitted to consistently match those current existing and proposed conditions.
right. Okay, thank you. And this applicant should know this by now, but it's shocking. So what I want to say is the instructions then for the next time we hear this, where we'll reopen, are to pick up all of the corrections that were described so that we get a submission of a good set of drawings, but we are not closing this until we have a perfect set of drawings that does not need a perfect set of drawings before closing. Okay.
SOC calendar, continued hearing items. Item number 14, 13258BZ, 17-45, 17-55, Francis Lewis Boulevard, Queens.
Okay. This one is a little problematic for different reasons. It's not from sloppiness. There is a significant change to this extension of term, which would make it an amendment to a pre-61 variance. The applicant acknowledges that it would be an amendment. There is now no proposal to expand the size of the lot to include lot 41, which would not have been permitted for a pre-61 site under section 1141 of the zoning resolution. Lot 41 should be shown on the drawings fully landscaped with trees and shrubs and not merely with grass, and a residential quality metal picket fence or picket on wall to match the existing conditions should separate the subject use from lot 41 and from adjacent owners to prevent lot 41 from eventually being used as it is right now for sort of an extension of this use. The prior resolution, the prior board review had similar issues with lot 41, and with the fencing and more robust landscaping, we need to try to ensure that this does not repeat. There's also a proposal to eliminate the temporary storage sheds that now sit on lot 41 and instead enlarge the existing convenience store by 550 square feet. We need to know the pre-1961 size of buildings on the lot, since section 11-412 of the zoning resolution limits their expansion to 50% of that size. The 1959 resolution, BSA resolution, refers only to the service bay building as being 73 feet by 30 feet in dimension, 2,190 square feet. So the convenience store was added afterwards. And I frankly don't understand how, since it isn't mentioned in any of the prior resolutions. I suspect, and the applicant really needs to research this, that we don't have the entire BSA history on this, because the convenience store building is exactly 50% of the service bay building area, hence built full to capacity under section 11.4.12. The applicant really should discuss this application offline with Carlo Costanza, our executive director, and provide, as I said, the full board resolution history. The site is in a C1-2, and the only way I see around the 11-4.12 prohibition is to build in the cellar. So it isn't floor area. Presuming that in the cellar also does not mean an increase in, quote, the size of such structure, because that's also a prohibition in section 11.4.12. I can't really tell, I don't really know what that means if that were with respect to the cellar. The temporary storage shed that's adjacent to the sidewalk is not acceptable, and I don't understand why, with the proposal of a 550 square foot addition, they also needed such a large shed right up against the public. So, we're in a little bit of a quandary here. Photos show the asphalt, though, was resurfaced as requested by the community board, and the 18th Avenue sidewalk is in good shape. There's a dumpster shown outside the trash enclosure, which is not acceptable. And those are my comments. I don't have more for the moment because the proposal to enlarge is not permitted under the zoning resolution. So Vice Chair Shanda.
Okay. I think in addition to what you have stated, I would add, based on the photos that's been submitted, where the applicant is proposing to locate the generator, to ensure that the generator surface does not get vandalized or get defaced with graffiti or posters. They should just provide a good landscaping buffer to prevent any such misuse. Similar, I actually do not have an issue with, currently we were all questioning what was the reason for the rental truck to be there on site. It seems the rental truck actually was being used as a storage for the auto repair and also the tool sheds that were on lot 41. The applicant is proposing to provide a metal container that would be located on a corner of the parking lot. Given the large site of this, if any other, there isn't an ideal location, but if there is to be a location, this may be the place where the metal shed can be provided that it is located, and provided that it is surrounded by tall trees, to again, for the same reason, to make sure it's not visible, and it is also and the planting would prevent from any further defacing or vandalism of the structure from outside, posters and graffiti and things like that. I also would suggest that the signage narrative, I found it a little bit confusing. I think what I'm gathering is that applicant is proposing to retain all the signage as was approved in the prior grant, while the total surface area per frontage, street frontage, is complying. It's only the illuminated signage that is a little bit over 50 square feet, which was granted in the prior grant. But they're also planning to keep some of the blank light poles signage, which will remain unilluminated. If the applicant can clarify that, that would be helpful. With regards to the trash enclosure, the photo that was provided, and also in the prior photos when I went back and looked, trash enclosure is provided for both the convenience and the auto repair, but the canisters are located outside. And the trash enclosure that is located along 17th Road, I think the structure of it, there is a crack that was visible in the photo. They should look into the structural integrity of that masonry wall. With regards to the ADA ramp, the photos that were recently provided, there is a garbage can that is located right in the path of the ADA ramp. That garbage can should be relocated somewhere else. Also, I have a question with regards to the handicap parking space. I did not see it located in the plan. And the access route to the convenience store for ADA, I don't think that has been provided. That should be considered. I don't think the auto repair shop office space is ADA accessible. And those were my additional comments.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
It's really interesting about the expanded need for storage on this site because these two buildings are actually quite large compared to what we usually see. I mean, we've got an auto repair building that's large enough that it actually has 4 bays as well as an office area. So the need for more storage space in a temporary container, I find kind of hard to believe. I feel that they could somehow figure out a way to organize their space inside. So I'm not in favor of them having any kind of a temporary structure on the lot because then it starts to make the lot look shabby in the way that having that big, crazy looking rental vehicle, the rental truck that held storage looked. It's not going to look much better. I agree with you both that there should definitely be some dense ground cover behind the building on lot 41 to prevent its use. And actually building out a cellar for storage is definitely, if it's absolutely needed, is a costly solution. But if you really need it and you want to keep your business at the level that it's already at, you're just going to have to invest more money to do it that way.
Thank you. I agree with those comments. Just to say, I wanted to just add, I was talking to Carlo about the subject of the expansion concept that's in 11.4.12. And though a structure isn't what we learned from a recent hearing, though a container is not viewed by DOB as floor area, and BSA has never ruled on that, so we rest with DOB for now. It is an enlarged structure, which is prohibited by 11.4.12. So, so when it exceeds what's allowed on the site, sometimes we are allowing these storage structures, these sheds and so on, but the applicant hasn't exceeded their allowable expansion capabilities. And usually we ask them to put them in enclosures where they can't be seen, right? So I have trouble with this for the same reasons expressed by Commissioner Otley Brown. So
yeah, I just want to add that the other, we don't approve them that often. And when we do approve them, it's usually because the building is so small that it's a problem. That without that, they're going to be storing goods all over the lot because the building is so small. Here, we've got some pretty large buildings, both for the convenience store as well as for the auto repair. So I'm not as sympathetic.
right. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I totally agree with Commissioner Brown on the issue that like the use of the containers, the metallic containers is I wouldn't prefer to go that route. If they want to add more space, they know more about their business, but if they want to add more space, they could add something permanent. It's going to look much better than a metallic container. Regarding the crack and the structural integrity, I thank Commissioner Shamba for noticing that. I actually didn't notice this, but the applicant is a professional engineer. He can look at it, and if he believes that this is not a structural crack, he can provide a certification that he looked at the issue and he believes that nothing need to be needed. If the opposite is true, we can add a condition at the end that they implement whatever fix needed to make sure that the structure is safe. Regarding the luminous spread, I have seen that they submitted a luminous spread, but I believe it's based on a computer model. It shows that no lumens are shed to the adjacent residential. However, I believe they're gonna need, after finalizing the lighting system, they're gonna need to submit a diagram that's based on readings. So I would them to give us a time frame. Right after they finish, they provide us with that diagram. With the generator, they indicated that it has a silencer, some sort of damping system to make sure that the noise is not traveling to adjacent areas. If they're gonna relocate my understanding is they're gonna relocate that generator. And if they're gonna do, I wanna make sure that it's gonna have the same damping system in place. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Commissioner Shabeta.
Agree with the review of my colleagues. I have nothing.
So speak up, sorry, I can't hear you.
I agree with the review of my colleagues. I don't have anything more.
Okay, thank you. And I see Vice Chair Shonda's hand up. Go ahead, you're
Oh,
muted.
thank you. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out with regards to the lumen count. It wasn't very easy to read from the site plan where the light sources are located. And I think from what I recall from my site visit and from the applicant had stated, that there were no lights along the rear lot line. But I think that should be very clearly stated in the documents, and I want that confirmation. It wasn't very clear to me from the drawings.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta, go ahead.
Yeah, I did notice that the lights are not shown, but I wanna like provide a clue to my colleagues. Even if the lights are not shown in the plan, if you wanna guess, and if they are not showing the lights, we have nothing else but to guess. Look at the lumens, the maximum lumens shown, and most likely the light will be at around that location. So look at that, like the maximum numbers, the very high numbers, and most likely the lights are there. But yes, they need to show the lighting units and even provide the specs for the lighting units that need to be shown on the drawings, of course. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Hold on a second. Okay, you can move on. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Item number 154209BZ 441 to 467 Prospect Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay. Commissioners discussed at the review session previously the need, so at the prior hearing, the need to notify neighbors since this was a controversial case. I don't see that this was done. Our obvious concern is about the operations, noise, and lighting at night. For applicants' information, because apparently they posed this question, which I find surprising, BSA does not notify neighbors. That is the applicant's responsibility. The only thing that BSA does sometimes is it reaches out to the community board if we haven't gotten their resolution, or we don't understand what they meant in their resolution, but we certainly don't send out notice to neighbors. So for the next hearing, neighbors should be notified so we can see whether there are issues that we're not able to predict from the site. I'd like to know what the significance of the pre-filing application to DOB is. What does that mean is necessary to obtain a final certificate of occupancy, since the last CO was from 1978, so not in compliance with the terms of the grant. At the last hearing, I asked for a list of open items, and what was given was a 20-page DOB now pre-filing document, which I cannot go through and figure out, and I'm not sure I would be able to figure it out if I did, because it's a very strange document. We asked many questions at the last hearing, and I didn't find those answers in the submission, or at least the answers were very, let's say, partial. We asked how many staff work at the site, not how many staff work at both sites that in another location in Long Island. We asked, what are the hours for the staff? We have hours for different operations. It says, for instance, engineering, but I don't know what that means. We don't know how many staff that is. So we asked for different operations for staff numbers. We asked how many on-site parking spaces there are, since the site plan isn't numbered and doesn't match aerial imagery that shows many parking spaces on the site. The compliance photos need to be labeled as such. So in other words, if it's demonstrating compliance and it's a photo provided for that, then indicate what it's demonstrating, because otherwise it's just a pile of photographs. We asked for the noise analysis that led to the installation of the 8-foot acoustical wall. We were trying to understand, there is an acoustical wall there. We were trying to understand what determined that wall, what it is, and we got nothing on that. We also asked, what time did the trucks arrive and depart? We got a delivery schedule on the statement of facts, but not a departure schedule. It says, maybe I just misunderstand what it means. It says, prior to COVID, the trucking schedule was as follows: Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday on the hour between 4 a.m. and 9 a.m., then 3 p.m. and 4:30 p.m. But it sounds like those were all deliveries. So I don't know what that means in terms of how much back and forth there is, like essentially trip gen. What are the trips? Also, we asked from what time and from where do staff enter the building to begin work, because there was a statement also that said that staff park on the street. So then how are they entering the building? The last resolution also refers to double parking of the large trucks on the street. We asked them to discuss the current parking conditions. We had similar concerns about the impact for the open area that's located next to the row house windows. Again, the concern about whether there were noise, lighting, and so on for that. We asked for information on compliance of the rooftop equipment. So that's HVAC and different kinds of exhaust vents and so on, and ducts. We asked for that question of compliance of that equipment with noise code. We received a copy of a 2018 noise complaint with a DEP violation and cure, but that doesn't represent testing of all the equipment, only the source that was the object of the complaint, which it was the code generation equipment number 2150. So if this isn't the case, because it says that they had an inspection by their noise consultant at the time, then and if the inspection was complete of all the equipment and exhausts, then they need to submit that to us. But that was 2018, so that's 3 years ago, or almost maybe 4 years ago, because it happened in January. So so equipment ages in 4 years. So what was corrected 4 years ago might have no longer function, or old equipment may now start rattling or whatever it's doing. So you need a new inspection. We also had asked what's the age of the equipment, because that would help us understand what might start rattling. And we also asked about the compliance of the exhaust systems themselves with noise and air quality. Photo 5 shows the sliding gate and fence on the street needs to be opaqued. So we had asked, is it opaque? And photo 5 shows it's not opaque, it needs to be. Many photos were provided that show the site itself on the ground is clean, although and even though the photos are keyed to a plan, they aren't labeled, so it isn't clear what some of them are intended to depict. So there are a lot of photos of the roof with stuff on it, so to show us that it's that the stuff is there. I mean, so that's good. It shows there's no junk on the roof. I see Jalene's hand up. Just give me a second. But I'm not sure what they're intended to show. Also, they provided simple light meter readings, very simple, and actually not something that I would discourage. They really did go out and held a light meter in their hands and then just took a few spots They just didn't take enough spots and they didn't key them to the drawings. So, but and for me, the only area of concern are along the shared residential property lines, but no information is provided to indicate at what height these measurements were taken. Were they taken at the top of the 8-foot fence? Because it doesn't really matter if they were taken at 3 feet in front of the fence. What matters is, are the lights shining into the windows of the residents next door? Photos 30 and 31 show a very high light pole. I think the statement says it's 25 feet high, with 2 flood lamps that are installed, and the light pole's right up against the building wall. So its spread isn't clear from the data. Maybe it's cut off completely by the building wall, maybe not. There's no way to know from the data that was provided. And those are my comments. Jolene, did you want to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that there was a labeling problem that was corrected. They were labeled just by page number.
By page number, but it didn't.
I'm not sure it had all the labels you requested, but there was some labeling removed.
Oh, I see. So it was just the page numbers though. So that, because the PDF has numbers, you can get kind of close, but it doesn't say, photo of roof above building number F to show whatever it's intended to show. It's great to have as many photographs as possible, but if there's a point to showing them, they should tell us what they are, especially if they're compliance related photos, like to show us that a sign was installed or to show us something like that, right? So, okay. Vice Chair Shanda.
My first question is, was a community board hearing held? We do not have the community board vote yet on file. Second is, it was a little difficult to go through all the photographs and the key plan, but at the end of it, it was very helpful to kind of fully understand the extensive facility and how these buildings are connected at the roof level and ground level, and that the conditions are, the roof condition is pretty good. However, we still do not have a complete information with regards to noise and air quality. And the lighting document that's been provided, it's a good start, but it can be improved, and it should be part of the complete package. And that was it. Those were my, I did have a question. I think the applicant did say that they have filed an alt one, which was filed on 11/15.
No, they pre-filed.
Pre-filed, okay.
Which is different than filed. A pre-file means you fill out some forms. Filing means you submit drawings and you begin the review process. So, that's what I was asking. And DOB Now is a new system that I'm not familiar with. Actually, I should probably get a lesson, but because in the old system, it was very easy to see what the open items were, because there's an open items checklist. On this one, there's these, I'm not sure. It's a very obtuse listing of items, and I don't know what the items are or what it means. Like the old one would say electrical sign off, and then you'd say, okay, it means the electrician hasn't gone in and signed off. This one didn't have anything like that, so I didn't understand what I was looking at.
Okay.
Julian has her hand up again. Go ahead.
Yeah, I contacted the community board and they waived the recommendation. They said they received no complaints, that none came through them.
Okay, thanks. Can you put that, a note to that effect in the record?
Sorry, it's in the record now, the recommendation.
Okay, great, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Ollie Brown.
My comments relate to a site visit that I just conducted, and I noticed that the rear fencing in the parking lots have barbed wire on it. And I'm wondering why that's necessary, given that this site has almost 24-hour operation. And I think they should be better able to police their lot lines than with barbed wire. It's sloppy and it just makes the area look like it's a prison. So I really feel it should be removed. And they need to do a better job of cleaning the graffiti off of the walls because it's still there.
Thank you. Did you take photos by chance?
I did not, but if I pass by again, I certainly will.
Thanks. It's just helpful to have it in the record, and then we can show the applicant and like, where are we talking about? Okay.
Well, the graffiti is all along the front brick wall, so you can't miss it, the parking lot portion.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think the photos that were submitted by the applicant, it shows that while it has been removed, it has not been removed really properly.
Mhm. Okay, thanks. Okay, where was I? Oh, Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I don't believe that this submission was responsive at all. I believe they need to do a lot in order to move this case forward. The luminous split, for example, we did ask for measurements, and I believe we did indicate that the measurements need to be collected in accordance with the administrative notice that we issued back, I don't know when exactly, but the luminous split submitted. I'm okay with whoever take a meter reading and go there and collect some readings, as far as he's gonna comply with what we described. And what we described is it's an easy process to follow. And after collecting the readings, they need to be placed on a piece of drawing that looks professional, not just grab one of the drawings and put the readings by hand. It doesn't work that way. We're a government agency, and in order for you to submit to a government agency, you need to submit a legible and a scaled drawing. It cannot be like the one that is submitted. So please fix that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so just to make the message clear, it's okay if you don't hire a special lighting analyst consultant and you bring your own light meter, but you still should be taking the measurements according to the admin notice at the distance of 5 feet distances and the different heights and the top of the fence, and indicate on the drawing where you took them and what they are, lights on, lights off, right? In this case, maybe there's no lighting coming from the neighboring resident, so the lights on, lights off may be less important, but you should indicate what it is, lights on, lights off. Okay, I see Vice Chair Shawna's hand up, but we'll go to Commissioner Shabeta. Okay, thank you.
I don't think we're any closer than we were on the last date.
You need to speak up.
Yeah,
I'm really not really certain why this receiver's not picking up. I don't believe we're any closer than we were on the last date. I am hesitant to move forward until we hear back from the neighbors. Besides that, I do want, I agree with everything that was said.
okay. Thank you. All right, and Vice Chair Shawna.
Yeah, forgot to mention one thing with regards to the lighting system. At the prior hearing, the applicant had stated that the lighting system is on a timer. That was not explained in its submission and how that functions. I mean, that does not stop the applicant from not providing the lumen analysis, but I think we need to know when it turns off and turns on and what triggers and other things. Is it a motion sensor? Those things should be also clarified.
Okay. Okay, so to remove any doubt that may be imposed, everything said in the review session, because this was another thing that was said by the applicant, surprisingly, to our project manager, everything said in the review session needs to be done. Not only the things said at hearing. If we don't repeat it at hearing, it doesn't mean it doesn't need to be done. So all the comments we made now need to be recorded and need to be by the applicant and followed. And if we add additional things or we reiterate something we've already said, it doesn't mean that what we just said now doesn't need to be followed, which includes notifying the neighbors by the applicant. What neighbors? Everyone who lives within a 400-foot radius of the site. Is that right? Normally 400 foot or 200 feet?
Depends on the size of the zoning lot, isn't it?
But it's a large zoning lot. So, so
400
it's
feet.
every corner. It's every corner of the site you measure, because all of those people on the, to the rear, to the sides, across the street are affected by this use. So it would be like a regular notification for a large zoning lot like this, okay? I hope that's clear. I don't want to hear another excuse about not doing it. Okay. All right, thanks.
Move on?
Yeah.
Okay, new cases, item number 16, 39747BZ 64-01-11 Woodhaven Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, for something really new, I'm going to give this to Commissioner Shabeta to handle, to start.
Oh,
Is everyone hearing me?
Yes.
So I received notice of initial.
no, you need to raise the volume or something.
Yeah,
Let me get closer. How about that?
that's better, much better.
Okay, so we received notice of initial filing and notice of hearing. Applicant should state that the zoning district in the statement of facts is an R31. Community board voted unanimously to approve. There are photos that show tire storage haphazardly amongst unidentified barrels. I'd like to know what are in those barrels. The rear needs to be cleaned up, twigs, random shelving, a fresh coat of paint on the doors, and some sort of TLC, perhaps more planting to soften the effect of the use on the residential neighbors. Also, some planting behind the chain link fence, that would be great as well. I see 3 small shrubs. If that could be beefed up, it would really soften the site to the people nearby. I saw their plan for compliance. They just state that what they haven't complied with and what's going to be repaired is they're going to call for a new dispensary and a canopy that were not completed from the last approval. But I'd like to know when they plan on completing that. They should put some more detail into that. Finally, I don't know if there's an updated FDNY permit. The one that they referred to in the statement of facts expired in August of this year. So I'd like to ask the applicant to provide that. Those are my notes on this.
Okay, thank you. So then I'm going to throw in some of mine. So I just want to see, I tried to research lot 22 next door, which is a parking lot in an R31. I'd like to know whether this is related to the site that's operated and owned by ExxonMobil. It's just a question. I was not able to find out what it was connected to. Just a reminder, no term was imposed on this site. It was last heard by the BSA. It was last heard in 1994. The photos 8 and 9 show a lot of open storage behind the building and against the residential properties. There's only a wall and nothing more separates it. So I would like them to look at creating more of a buffer between the residential properties and this site. The lumen field data is very strange and not tied to the site plan or indicating lights on and off. They just show us a bunch of meters with zeros on them, which is great, but we don't know where they were held. We don't know anything. And also the lumen diagram doesn't show where the fixtures are located, where the lighting fixtures are. This is a very large site that backs up to residential properties. I'd like them to provide more information, field source data about where the garages of the residential properties are relative to the property lines. I'm asking that because it seems from aerial view that there's mostly residential garages up against that rear residential property line, but then there's an opening. And I can't tell because the aerial view has a tree. So then it seems like the planting would have less impact behind somebody's garage, but it would be important in that opening where there's a garden. So that's where, and I don't think their site plan is accurate. I think it's relying on data from, say Zola data, which shows structures. And I think there are more structures than what Zola shows, more structures in fact. The trash enclosure needs to be finished block with opaque steel doors. It can't be fence. There's an existing 8-foot high chain link fence along 64th Road, which doesn't comply with the approved plans. And because of that, it's proposed to be replaced with a chain link fence of lower height, like 4'6" or something like that. I actually don't have a problem with the height of the fence, but I do have a problem with chain link that I don't think is in keeping with the neighborhood character. And so since they're offering to replace, they offered, I think it should be replaced with a low wall and metal picket or metal picket. I think the low wall and metal picket has a chance to be more residential in character. And so that's that. And then they were asking, the reason this is here is because they are locating an air tower and a vacuum. And I'm okay with the proposed location because the adjacent property, even though it's in a residence district and is a parking lot, it's not being used for residential purposes. It's being used for some kind of unknown commercial purposes. So it's not an imposition on that use. Okay, Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you. To add on to it, with regards to the signage, if you look at the signage drawing sheet A007, sign number 1, which is the ID sign on the pole located at the corner of Woodhaven and 64th Road, it is projecting over 7 feet from the property line. Now, per zoning resolution section 32-652, you're allowed, I believe, up to 18 inches for a double mounted or a multi-phase sign is permitted to project out over the property line. So that needs to be.
So this is a pre-61 variance, and Carlo may jump me to the right section, but there is a very odd provision in, I think it's 1141 somewhere, I mean, it could be wrong, that for pre-61 cases, signs are allowed to project. One sign is permitted to project, I think it's 4 feet over the property line, because we had another case not too long
This
ago.
is 7 feet.
7, this is 7, I know, but it's not 18 inches. So that,
Okay.
the point is that they're out of compliance, but not out of compliance by 6 feet. They're out of compliance by 3 feet. Something
Okay.
like that. But Carlo, if you could help find that section, then we could get them to.
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you. Now, I also would like the applicant to confirm if any light fixtures will be mounted along the rear lot line, and that it has been factored into the lumen analysis. If you look at photos submitted, the interior photos submitted, photo number 7 and photo number 8, it shows that there is a high, I would say about 7 foot high masonry wall that runs along the entire length of the residential rear lot line, abutting garages, and then it's a very solid masonry wall running the whole length. If that is to be retained, first of all, I want to make sure structurally it is sound, and they should provide, they should look into that. And I thought the air tower location the applicant was proposing was the new one at the corner of 64th Road and Woodhaven Boulevard, unless I'm wrong. But either way, I think the location of the air towers proposed or existing along 64th and along the side lot line abutting a commercial use, I'm okay with it. There are sales items placed along the ADA ramp. Those should be removed to make sure that the access ramp is free and clear of all such impediments.
I wonder how we enforce that kind of, I'm wondering like with an ADA, this happens a lot because the people who manage the business
Painted yellow, maybe, just painted entirely yellow.
yeah, like maybe stripes or something that say no obstruction or something like
Yeah.
that.
Something.
Otherwise, people are unaware until finally someone actually needs to use it and then they can't, right? So, okay, thanks. Commissioner Ollie Brown?
So the previous plans showed the new metal canopy that was actually never installed, and it also showed 3 MPD pump islands that were approved, and they state were installed, but when you look at all the photos, only 2 of those MPD pump islands were actually installed. So the question is, are they planning on installing the 3rd, or do they want that taken out of their previous grant? And then I agree with you with the trash dumpster, since it's being moved to be put in a concrete enclosure. And I agree with you on the low wall with the metal picket. Not only does it look more residential, but it's actually more durable. Those chain link fences get bent, they get graffitied, the slats slide out, and they look like trash after 5 years. So I definitely think that the wall with the metal pickets, since they're replacing, is definitely better. And I feel that the vacuum and the air machine locations are fine where they have proposed them.
Great, thank you. And Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I see that they submitted a certificate of inspection and non-compliances. They need to probably move the list to a compliance chart with discussing these non-compliances and providing dates to comply, meaning that we need a formal compliance chart, not just the certificate like we usually ask for. The luminous spread, I'm not gonna repeat the comments that were mentioned, but I agree with all of them. I see that they submitted interior photos. I want to thank them for that, and I hope other applicants will learn from this application. It really makes us feel better about the application and the applicant if they try to cooperate with us and make our lives easier instead of digging for photos, or just do what you've been asked to do and let the application move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. So I just want to see if Commissioner Shabeta has any further comments.
Nothing further.
Okay. And Jella Prenga has her hand up, and then I'll see Vice Chair.
Hi, I just wanted to point out, I heard Commissioner Sheta's comment. There is a compliance chart. It was submitted August 26th. So should be.
Yep, I see it. Sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I see it. Thank you.
Sorry, I mean, you can evaluate it, but.
Yep, I see. Thank you.
Okay, so he'll take a look, and if he needs any other changes to it, you'll let the applicant know during the hearing, right,
Yep.
Commissioner?
Yep,
Okay.
sure.
Okay, was that your comment, Vice Chair? Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. All right, we can go to the next.
Item number 17, 46758 BZ, 17211 Northern Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, again, we will have Commissioner Shabeta.
This is an extension of term, section 11-411 of a previously approved variance permitting the operation of an automotive service station, UG 16B, which expired on December 14th, 2019. They're requesting a waiver of the board's rules of practice and procedure. This is an R32, R4B, and R3X zoning district. This case was originally scheduled for 6/28/2021 and for 10/4/2021, and had to be adjourned because the notice of comments that was sent on May 10th, 21 wasn't responded to, as well as submissions that were due on 6/9/21 were received.
I think, sorry, I think it actually was that, I think it was
28, we canceled the hearing, didn't we?
canceled the hearing on 6/28 and we scheduled it for 10/4. And then service proof of notice of hearing was inadequate. That's usually why we postpone hearings.
It says in the notes, I noticed that it said that notice of comments wasn't responded to, but
Okay,
at that time, and that was partially the reason why 6/28 was adjourned.
okay, all right.
Anyhow, there's the proof of service of initial hearing is missing. This is something they attempted to address in their second response to comments, stating that they did not send by certified mail, the first class mail, an email, and asked whether they should provide proof of email. At this time, I would have been satisfied with proof of email if they've also provided proof that the emails listed are the actual recipients, but I will leave that to the board to opine on. We do have service of hearing. CB recommends approval, but on condition. The 5 conditions are: they reduce the glare and lighting at adjacent residential houses, the addition of significant planting areas adjacent to the house and particularly at the southeast corner of the property around the sign, provide a clear and visible building address to be seen from Northern Boulevard, provide safety bollards, barriers at property line at northeastern corner separating lot from sidewalk, and to provide new parking and directional striping on asphalt that complies with DOB and BSA drawing and rules. Now, when the applicant was addressed by by BSA to what their responses are to these to the CB statements, they stated that it was their policy not to commit to addressing CB conditions. I guess to an extent I can understand why, but I don't believe such a response is in the interest of a speedy resolution, as the BSA values the community board input and conditions such as reduce glare and lighting on residents and comply with BSA plans are pretty much run of the mill. So I would have preferred a much more in-depth response and some commitment to addressing these problems, because frankly, I agree that these issues need to be addressed. Henry Eulers has sent in early October a letter with requests to keep with 3 requests. 1 is to keep the site clear of litter. 2 is tires not stored in the open, exacerbating mosquito conditions. I suppose there was water buildup in the tires and more mosquitoes came. I think that's something that we should address. Images sent by the applicant support that tires are stored out in the open. And 3, repair a wall adjacent to the residential neighborhood. Does the applicant or Mr. Euler have any updates on these requests? Applicant's photos number 21 and 25 show cracks and holes, dents in the asphalt, which should be repaired. The trash enclosure is on the residential lot line and at times seems not to be closed. This needs to be addressed in a way that is less obnoxious to neighbors. I appreciate the vacuum and air pump being moved to the Northern Boulevard side. They need to provide a valid permit for the 1,000-gallon tank whose permit expired in June of 2020. Applicant should provide a compliance chart with conditions from prior board grants and where in the application materials proof of compliance may be found. There are no open ECBOD by DOB violations. Everything is resolved. FDNY sign off is missing. And I'd like to know, yeah, that's about it. That's all I have for this case.
Okay, thank you. So the folder with the various proofs of service is very confusing because there's just a lot of submissions, but a folder submitted a submission of dated December 28th, 2020 is actually the proof of service of initial application to the officials. It is actually each cover letter with the certified mail receipt, but I needed to go through every single one of those documents that was labeled notice of hearing or cover letter or whatever to find it. So it was hard to find. So I'm not surprised you couldn't find it because it looks like we got the same thing over and over again. So, okay, so there's that. the trash enclosure, as you mentioned, is in bad shape and it's adjacent to residential. It needs to be properly built with masonry walls and steel doors and moved away from the residential. Likewise, there's a photo of miscellaneous open storage with tires and otherwise that's horrible. That's the photo provided by the applicant. It's right next to the residential property. There's this like lovely garden and then you see piles of tires. I mean, terrible. And the neighbor looks right down into it. The illuminated signage exceeds the per frontage rule. And the applicant says that even though the total illuminated signage, there's 3 frontages, doesn't exceed the total permitted. It's totaling up all 3 frontages to allow, which would normally allow 150 square feet. And then I think they might be a little bit over the 150 when you total that all up. And they're asking us to allow an accumulation of the illuminated signage. BSA, first of all, does not grant variances for signage in situations like this. The only ones I'm aware of are for like hospitals that say, you know, emergency or something like that, not for situations like this. And we also don't have an opinion on whether the total allowable illuminated signage frontage can be accumulated as proposed. So if the applicant wants to pursue that route, it should go to DOB and get either an AI1 or a ZRD1 to find out whether it can retain the signage. Otherwise, the signage has to comply with, what's the zoning district here, C1? This is in our district, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
so C1 regulations. The lumen spread is shown extremely high at the property line on one side. And the other side, it's also being shown high, but it's not actually the property line. That little garden apparently belongs to this site. So the measurement should really be taken at the property line also, which is somewhere in that garden. But on the other side, it is, I guess that's the Utopia Parkway frontage. That side shows very high lumens at the property line, and that's not okay. Also, they helpfully provided dBA levels on the site, which shows they're really high, like in the 80 range. But I don't know if those are ambient levels. I'm not really sure what they're measuring. So it's kind of hard to know whether it means they have to do something because it's near Utopia Parkway. It could be that they're measuring it as the trucks are banging down the street. So it's kind of an odd set of measurements to give us without giving us any further information. Again, on the Utopia Parkway side, there is a little bit of landscaping shown adjacent to the resident, and it's right behind the resident's own PVC, solid PVC fence. That landscaping is in a planter, and my feeling about it is it really should be in-ground planting, and it needs to be deeper. This is a really large site, and you could have a deeper planting bed of say 8 feet front to back to create a much better buffer, and a dense buffer with double layers of trees. And in addition to which, the community board asked for more planting, and they said along the southeast border. I'm not sure if they really mean the intersection of the street or whether they're talking about up against the resident. But if you look at that curb cut that's from Utopia Parkway, it doesn't seem like it can function because there are cars parked in front of that curb cut on the site. So if the curb cut were eliminated, then you could have that planting follow the residential property line and then follow along Utopia Parkway in the same way it does on 172nd Street. So you'd have kind of two wraps, and that would be much more in keeping with the residential character. and then also shield that residential property from this pretty heavy duty use. And then if I understand correctly, as I said before, the landscaped area that's perpendicular to 172nd Street, so and along that residential property line, that's on the subject site. So they have to show it on the drawings as part of the subject site and show what the landscaping is, not just say landscaped, because though it's nicely gardened now, actually, it looks like maybe the residential property owner is using it for their own garden and doing a nice job. We should have a record of how it's being gardened so that if this property owner is no longer able, the neighboring property is no longer able to maintain the garden, then that responsibility has to shift to the subject property owner. So that should be shown, the landscaping and the type of planting shown. And also on the landscaping drawing, they need to show the dimensions of all the landscaped areas, the curbing, and the types and quantities of planting, even where the planting is already in place and is not going to be changed. And those are my comments. Vice Chair Shanda?
Yeah, I think first of all, I would say, and we should verify it, I think the southeast corner reference is a typo on the community boards, because that would mean the intersection of Northern and Utopia, which is not the place what the community board was referring to. I think it was referring to the corner, the northern corner, which is abutting the residential building with its driveway. So that should be verified by our staff. The zoning chart incorrectly shows the existing floor area and FAR for residential use instead of for commercial use. With regards to the continuous use, the term expired in 2019. The applicant has provided documentation which I don't know was meant for to prove the continuation or continuity of use. We have the New York State DEC PBC certificate that was issued on May 2020, though the statement of fact incorrectly states it as May 2021. There was a state FDNY inspection that was conducted in September 2020. There's an EPA registration permit that was issued on Feb 2021. And there are a bunch of delivery receipts during the period of April and May 2021. However, since the term expired in December 2019, I think the document submitted is missing the period between December 19 and April 2020. With regards to the signage, maybe it was a more of a technical glitch on my part. The signage sheet has 3 sheets, and I, based on what I gathered from the drawings, it is for 3 street frontages, but I couldn't read the street names, and I think it's a technical glitch. It's something in the PDF that's causing it. So if our technical gurus can look into it and see how that can be fixed and may not be an issue with other applications also. The landscaping along the northeast corner, there are gaps. Those should be improved. I think when I was looking at it, it reminded me of the planting that we saw on a site in Staten Island, which used the, what is it called? The timber from the rail thing and kind of built it up. It uses the same material, only thing is it's not as deep as that one. And at least based on my site visit, the plants were flourishing. If it has at any point gotten reduced, it should be improved. Maybe that can be widened. I'm okay with using that planting system as long as it can be more beefed up and improved on that location. With regards to the trash enclosure, you've already mentioned it. It needs to be fixed. The slats are coming off. The lumen count, I am also concerned about the reading, which is 33.5 lumen count at the northeast corner along the residential. And we don't have the lumen count across the property line, so we don't know whether it drops down to 0 or not. So that also needs to be provided. Based on my site visit, the overall site condition was good. The wall along the northwest lot line has some cracks and should be repaired. Though during the site visit, I did not notice any weeds growing on the site. The photos provided shows that there are some weeds growing from the asphalt, especially located along the northwest side. So those should be cleaned up. And I'm okay with the location of the airbag. I know I'm the one who always complains about it, but the way it's located and dedicated parking spaces have been provided, it really does eliminate the possibility of any vehicles parking on the sidewalk. It would, there's a dedicated space for this, so I'm okay with it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Carlo Costanza's hand up. Go ahead.
Yes, Madam Chair. I believe the Madam Vice Chair is referencing as far as the timber, the rail timbers. It's 24 Nelson Avenue. I believe it was calendar 6-09BZ.
24 Nelson. Say it again, 6-09.
Easy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, that, but if you look at the difference, that was something like 4.5 feet high, almost 5 feet high. So it gives a really deep planting bed as opposed to this, which is like 18 inches high. So that's the difference. One way you can get real trees and the other way you only get like little low shrubs. That's the big difference.
Well, that's, I think if they can, the existing ones are in good condition, given what it has. But if you want to buffer it up, that can be, if the same treatment can be used to widen it and increase it, that may also work. That is what I'm suggesting.
Understood. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ollie Brown.
So my question actually was to Vice Chair because I didn't quite catch it. When you were reading off the proof of continuous use, did you not think it was sufficient?
I thought it was not, because it expired in December 2019 and all the documents were from May 2020. Are we okay with that?
That's only 5.5 months.
Yeah.
Okay.
Less than a year.
The reason I'm asking is because I was a little confused, because in other cases we have seen like every month Con Ed bills or something has been provided. In this one it didn't, it was in spaces. That's why I raised that question, because of consistency with other submission information.
I think as long as it's less than a year,
Yes.
Okay.
we're
That's
fine with it.
And actually, sometimes the applicant opts to provide like utility bills, but we're always saying, no, just provide us Google Street View, and you just need one from each of the years because they have that timeline. So you get one in each year, and that's usually the best proof, actually better than utilities, because it shows an active operation there. So yeah, this was filed like kind of a minute after a year of expiration, like a week after a year of expiration. So they only really need one proof, like a photo, right? That's the way I look at it.
I think it's more than fine what they've given us.
Okay. Thank you.
And then as for the signage, and this question is to the chair, because I hear, but I'm not quite sure I understood. Were you saying that the BSA did not have the ability to waive the underlying requirement of 50 square feet of illuminated signage per frontage for those few cases where they're under their illuminated signage masks on a couple of frontages, but over on one of the frontages?
Well, it's not that we don't have the authority. We never opined on whether you accumulate, you go 50, 50, 50, knock yourself out, put all 150 on one frontage, or is it 50 per frontage, right? Like that each frontage gets its 50 square feet and it's kind of rigid. I know that it's difficult. DOB is always put in a difficult position where you have like a corner condition. To what does that corner sign count? do you split it 3 ways? Do you split it 2 ways? Like, what do you do? But the applicant is specifically asking us to say, allow us to have the 150. I think they're over right now.
They are.
Yeah, but so allow us to have the 150 and just put it wherever we want on the site. If we have had a history of saying put it wherever you want on the site, then okay. But otherwise, I'm saying they really should go to DOB, or we could have a note on the drawings, though I think it would be helpful if they went to DOB for us for future use. They could go to DOB and ask for a ZRD1 or an A1, what is it, AI1, that's additional information. Ask them whether you can subdivide it like that or accumulate it.
No, yeah, I agree that it's always been quite confusing. And I do remember historically, we would pressure the applicant to attribute a sign to a particular frontage to be within the 50-50-50 on a 3 frontage site. I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, Carlo, but it's always been a rather confusing situation. So it would be helpful if we did get a ZRD1 on that.
Okay. Yeah, it could be helpful to future applicants, I would say, and us.
And us. As to the garbage enclosure on the northwest corner of the lot, I agree with you, Chair. It's unsightly. It should be removed and it should be made concrete with steel door enclosure away from residences. And they should put landscaping along that northwest boundary instead of garbage. I had a question about the remediation. Did they state that the remediation was complete? Because it looked like whatever equipment was in that northern part of the lot has been replaced with Kohler machinery. And I'm not entirely sure what the Kohler machinery is for. Is that more remediation monitoring? They should discuss that. And they should discuss the convenience store's compliance with TPPN 99.
Thank you. Hook. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to be repetitive, but I believe they need to do a lot on this site to clean up this mess close to the residential. It cannot be like that. The luminous spread need to be like taken care of, done right. There are some drums I have seen in their photos that they need to explain to us why they have drums on site. If they don't need them, they can just remove them. If they need them, they need to explain to us why they need them. I have another concern looking at the maneuverability diagram, and I wanna share my screen here. Yeah, I believe this is it. If you look at this PDF here, entrances are allowed from here and from here, and then exit is from here and from here, and this one is kind of like in, out. I'm afraid that this station operates 24/7 for gas sales and for convenience store. If somebody's driving that way and he's going to like park here and get something from the convenience store, I'm afraid that if that happens and he has like his lights on or the high beam on, it's gonna be directly in the window of that building. I'm not sure if you can see that. Do you see that Google image I'm sharing?
No.
Not yet.
Okay, hold on. Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. If a car is coming from here and going in and he's willing to buy something from here, he's gonna park here. If this happen, he's gonna be just like directing the lights towards the windows of this residential here. And this could be like a problem for somebody if he's sleeping and he's surprised by lights inside the bedroom or something like that. I don't like that. So if they can discuss to us how they improve this condition, that would be helpful. Other than that, I agree with all the comments that were mentioned. Thank you.
Maybe that's the argument for tall plantings. that would diffuse the light, you know, much taller than what's there now. It's not very tall. That might diffuse the light. I don't know. It's funny.
Probably, yeah.
We probably have a lot of these situations that we've never looked at like that before, you know? Okay, thank you. Anything else on that one? No? Okay, so, so I'm gonna go to Commissioner Shabeta one more time, see if he has any other comments.
Nothing further to add.
Okay, and then Vice Chair.
You know, I was listening to the signage calculation. Unless I'm looking at an old document, I was looking at the signage analysis sheet that was submitted on 12/28/2020, and in that, all the signage were very much complying with the requirements of 150 square feet for total surface area and 50 square feet for illuminated for each street frontages. So
There's a
maybe-
there's a cover letter that was submitted, the most recent one, where they essentially begged for our consideration, where I did a little cut and paste. It says Northern Boulevard has 36 square feet of illuminated, 172nd Street has 13 square feet, and Utopia has 108.8 square feet. So that's that's over 150 square feet.
Okay, so then the signage chart is probably incorrect, because based on the signage chart from 2020, all of the signage illumination, except for, yeah, well, actually, I don't know which one is 65. How did I miss that? Yeah, Utopia was 65 square feet. I missed that one. But maybe then the signage analysis chart is incorrect.
Is incorrect?
Well, you're saying 100 something, right? But it escaped me. I'm sorry. I generally look at this. The illuminated sign on Utopia is 65 square feet, which is more than 50 square feet. But for all the other frontages, based on the signage sheet, the total surface area and the illuminated is less than what is permitted, which is 150 square feet of total surface area and 50 square foot of illuminated, except for the illuminated signage on Utopia, based on the sign analysis sheet.
So those sheets, I almost never look at the sheets because they're so irregular. I look at the drawings. I expect them to show on the drawings every sign and tell us the square footage of each sign and total it up. So the drawing should have a chart on the drawing itself.
And it matches with the sign legend that is on A007.
So it's telling you, it doesn't say 108 square feet.
No, illuminated sign on Northern Boulevard is 36 square foot. Utopia is 65 square foot. 172nd Street is 13 square foot. So, the non-illuminated on Northern Boulevard is 59, Utopia 30.
We don't have to go through all of this. This is for the applicant. They either make a letter asking for dispensation essentially, and then they don't need it, or something's wrong. So
yeah, so that's why I was a little confused by the discussion. So yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, I think that's it on this one.
Okay, next item is item number 18, 490-72BZ, 4200 Baychester Avenue, the Bronx. It's an extension of time.
Okay, Commissioner Shabeta.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so this is an extension of time to obtain a certificate of occupancy of a previously approved variance, which permitted the operation of a retail or service establishment in the UG6, which expired on February 5th, 2020. They're seeking waiver of the board's rules of practice and procedure. This is an R4 zoning district. This was adjourned twice, once on 7/22 and again on 9/27. This site has had a number of site visits, two conducted by our compliance officer, one on September 29th, 2021, and one on November 19th, 2021. And they observed the same conditions which were landscaping and grass were not maintained, vehicle storage at the rear and side yards, graffiti on the building. And the compliance officer made multiple attempts to contact the owner regarding these conditions, and I believe he did get through to him. The vice chair also made a site visit, which confirms what Ted Ricketts showed. It shows the graffiti on the wall, overgrown vegetation around the premises, sidewalks, unruly growth and trash at the facility. Before I continue on, I do want to say that there were 2 sets of previously approved plans in our file. I think one is a duplicate, so I think it would behoove us to remove that to avoid confusion. The applicant should also revise the compliance chart because it does not include where proof of compliance can be found. I want to follow up on the 2 open oath ECB violations. My review of BIS shows that they're paid, and the applicant does state that they will be closed upon BSA resolution. They will receive a C of O, and therefore closing the 2 violations. Just want confirmation of that. I originally didn't see any updated photos, and dating back from their May 25th, 21 letter, which they were saying that we're going to get updated photos within 90 days. We didn't receive that until on December 10th. We did receive updated photos. They also state in that letter of December 10th, they state that they have a new owner. I'm interested on when this person became the new owner, because I want to know if this owner was at fault for the time in which this unruly growth and really eyesore conditions were apparent. In these new photos, it does show a much cleaner site, although there still needs to be a great deal of work done, especially with the condition of the sidewalk. Since this is an extension of time to obtain a certificate of notice, it isn't required. Since this is an extension of time to obtain a certificate of occupancy, notice isn't required. But considering the history of the site, perhaps the board should consider whether we want the community board's input, or perhaps even further, should we notice to neighbors about the conditions. Now, I only say this because for about the better part of a year, we have been seeing these unruly conditions at the site. So now I'm glad to see that a lot has been cleaned up, but I want to know when this new owner came in, if this new owner was around during the time that these conditions were apparent. I'd like to hear from the community board what, if any, other issues they've learned of. And that is my entirety.
Okay, thank you. All right. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So to pick up on the bad conditions in the site visit, we got a submission on December 10th that's responding to kind of board being upset by seeing or the compliance officer's visit. I see Jella's hand up. We got a submission on December 10th of photos showing that landscaped area, let's say, removed of the nasty overgrowth, and they put these little bitty potted plants there that look like kind of those little Christmas tree things you get for your office desk. So I thought that was like, haha. And in fact, I think the person who was cleaning up the area posed next to the little baby Christmas trees that you put on your office desk. So obviously that's not an acceptable solution. And the approved plans actually show proper landscaping that must be done. And since we have this kind of non-complying site, we're going to stay with this application until the planting season. So we see them actually install lovely planting that doesn't look like you got it at whatever the equivalent of Woolworths is today, where you might buy those little desk plants. The sidewalk is in very bad shape and must be repaired to meet DOT requirements. So that needs to be worked on as soon as the freeze thaw cycle is over. Only one gate is shown on the plans, but there are actually gates on both openings. The plans have to be corrected to reflect that. It looks like they took the gates apart or something. I'm not really sure what they did. There's a photo that shows the guys dismantling the gates, but I don't know if that means they replaced it with new gates or they just kind of banged away at the gates. So we need a better close-up or certainly another site visit to look at the gates, because the way they kind of were welded with all these weird locks and things like that. So I hope the gates look better than that. So I would like to see close-up photos. They need to provide interior site views, which is a comment that, for instance, Commissioner Shetta had on a prior case we just discussed. This is a standard. We need to see always the site from the interior. Every applicant is asked for this at the hearing. I don't know why we don't get them prior to the hearing. So they need to, this site is adjacent to residents. They need to provide site views that show the perimeter of the lot facing the residents, and then turn around and face the building and walk all the way around with those photos. Aerial imagery shows the side yard is filled with trash. There is an interior refuse area for this project. So there should be never any trash stored outside the refuse area. And I think that should be a further condition of grant, that we never see any trash outside of the refuse area that's inside the building. This retail is currently vacant, even though they built the building. It's not vacant. It looks pretty terrible inside. She's saying it's not vacant, but okay. So I would like to know when it's going to be, what's going on with I see Ted's hand up also, so we'll go through them. I'd like to know when it's going to be in actual operation, because the neglect seems to be related to the operation. Also, what's holding up the certificate of occupancy? What are the open items? And we'll talk more about the operation. So Ted, go ahead. Ted Ricketts.
Hey, good morning, board. So the site is fully operational on both visits. It is a convenience store in full operation. I believe the vice chair was probably going to reflect that as well. But I just wanted to mention, I have requested a DOB inspection. I did get they did accept my request. They have not conducted an inspection as of yet, as far as I know. I just wanted to update the board on that. That was it.
So you asked for an inspection, but you haven't heard yet from them, or they said no?
They have agreed to inspect. They just have not conducted the inspection itself as of yet.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Jella, go ahead. Jella Prango.
Hi, I just wanted to let the board know that this morning we received additional photos.
Ah.
It was really close. It was like 9:30-ish, so really close to the hearing, so.
All right, thank you. We'll see. Take a look. All right, Vice Chair Shanda, go ahead. Sorry about that.
I did see the 9:30 photos. It just shows that those two gates have huge signs posted on it saying employee parking only, because that was one of the conditions. What is ironic is it may be employee parking, but no, I don't think any employees park in there. It does have a photo of an interior with a car, and this time these are two cars, both with plates. Because based on my site visits, all the vehicles that were parked in that rear lot line were unlicensed vehicles that were parked there. I'm glad that the applicant is responding to our concerns prior to the hearing and is cleaning up, but I still don't think this is enough, especially the landscaping treatment is anything but comical. And the signage, there is too much signage. It is, the entire wall is like plastered with posters of items that are available. Pretty much the entire menu board is posted outside. Any kind of sandwich you want, it's available. You can see it outside. So those need to be removed. There is a lot of work that needs to be done on this site still. And I did have a couple of comments. BSA zoning chart needs a correction. The proposed parking spaces should be 7, not 5. Also, the building height is 16, not 13. Lumen study was not included as part of the previously approved plan. I don't know if why it's missing. Maybe it did not get uploaded. And okay, yeah, that's it.
Did you say the lumen chart was missing? Is that what you said?
Yeah. Yeah, the Lumen study was not included, which was part of the previously approved plan.
Okay. Okay, thank you. All right, Commissioner Otley Brown.
I saw the photos and agree with everybody as to the landscaping issue. It was very funny. I did chuckle this morning and I laughed raucously when you spoke about it earlier. Thank goodness for muting. I think it would probably be helpful and provide more order in that yard if they were to stripe for the 7 approved parking spaces, because cars are parked, even with license plates, are clearly not parked according to the previously approved plan. So they probably should stripe those spaces in, especially since we're directing them to fix the asphalt anyway.
Okay. Okay, to clarify, fix the asphalt. Not a recommendation or a suggestion, fix the asphalt. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Sheta.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was about to say fix the asphalt, yes. Yeah, the photo they submitted shows like a heavily cracked asphalt, so that need to be fixed. I didn't see lumen spread. I didn't see proposed plans. I understand this is an extension of time, probably that's why, but if they're not submitting proposed plans or existing / proposed plans, they need to like indicate at least in the statement of facts that there are no changes proposed to the site, like physically changes. I'm not talking about fixing something or like adding some landscaping, but like changes to the whatever was granted before. So they need to like make that clear in their statement of facts. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, Commissioner Shabeta, any further comments?
Nothing further. I did review the photos from this morning, and I didn't read my notes about the photos with regard to landscaping, but I think that's been thoroughly hashed out.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Move on.
Yes.
Item number 19, 75884 BZ, 1444 Clove Road, Staten Island. This is an extension of term.
Okay, Commissioner Shabeta.
So this is an extension of term of a variance permitted the operation of 2-story and cellar commercial building contrary to use regulations, which expired on July 2nd, 2020. Waiver of the board's rules of practice and procedures. This is an R3X zoning district. This was already has been a postponed hearing from April 12th and from June 14th of this year. There's proof of initial hearing and proof of initial filing and proof of hearing. The CB approves, community board approves unanimously. The DOB denial sheet doesn't state the section of the zoning resolution at issue. I'm not sure if that's required here, but that's something that I'll ask the board to opine on. Applicant should submit images of the rear of the building and just to see the full layout of the interior up until the zoning lot of the building. The statement of facts is pretty sparse in detail. The applicant should revise it to discuss the requirements for the waiver and under board rules of section 107.3B2. And with regard to this, I don't have any objection to this application. I just ask that they hash out their statement of facts and provide the aforementioned proof
Of
continuous use and substantial prejudice that would occur with the grant of a waiver.
It provided proof of continuous use, though.
yeah.
Oh, I must not have.
Very extensive, actually, in terms of gas bills and electric bills monthly.
Yes.
Oh, I must have not seen that in the file.
Okay. Are those your comments?
That's all I have for this.
So can you find, please, for me in the folder where proof of service of initial application is, because I looked everywhere and I couldn't find it. This was filed in January 21. So proof service had to have been within a short time after January 21. Any of the proofs that were submitted, and we have tons of little of attempts to file something, but they were long after January 21. The community, there must have been service because the community board voted on it in May, but I didn't find proof of service. So if you could look in the folder and tell me where it is, that would be helpful. Yeah. Let's see. And this is, it's also ironic because actually this application was postponed 3 times. My mistake, I didn't pick up the 3rd time, which was, I think, September 14th. So the calendar is incorrect. It only shows 2 postponed hearings. There should be a 3rd. So it's April 12th, June 14th, and September 14th were the postponed hearings. All of them for failure to provide proper notice. Yes, 614 was also failure to provide proper notice, right? The compliance chart references BSA calendar number 1046-80-BZ, but I didn't see resolutions for that case in the folder. So if it's applicable to this site, then that needs to be provided. And then continuous use is being established, as we said, with utilities bills. I actually think it makes it easier if you just show a Google Street View or equivalent, because we've talked about this before, where the utilities could be really for any use. It doesn't actually prove that it's being used for the allowed use. But the application was filed on January 21st for a July 2020 expiration date. So actually you would only need 1 image in late 2020 to corroborate the utilities bills. I don't really know whether it's necessary, but I always find it sort of a little bit belt and suspendery. The board has mentioned that the statement of facts, such as the one submitted in this application, is insufficient due to its brevity. We've mentioned it in other hearings and with this applicant. The application should revise and add headings and describe and explain the conditions at the site and elaborate on how they pertain to this application's ask in more depth. Photos don't actually show compliance with the site plan that was to include front yard planting and screening of the trash enclosure. No information was provided about the planting along the property lines either, and the proposed plans show there is less than what was approved. So actually, based on the site plan, the site's out of compliance with the screening requirement for the trash, because we don't see a photo of it being screened, and certainly with the amount of landscaping that had been required. So yeah, there was quite a lot of landscaping. It was supposed to be a border of hedges all the way along from front to back and all the way along the rear. And then sort of this separation between the parking area and the pathway with planting. None of that was done. So, or very little of it was done. And those were my comments. Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you. Applicant should provide photos of the interior site condition. The previously approved submitted plan set includes a lot of notes which are missing from the existing site plan. Applicant needs to provide a compliance chart. The signage analysis is incorrect. The total surface area of the signage should be a total of the illuminated and non-illuminated. In this case, I believe the signage is non-illuminated with a total surface area of 40 square feet. It's not 40 square feet of illuminated and 40 square foot of non-illuminated. Also, the statement of facts refers to an August 30, 2010 and Jan 25, 2011 sheet 1 for signage analysis. I think I found it, but I'm not sure if that's the one. The plan submitted dated 1/3/2008, revised on 1/24/11, does not include sheet A5, which is a signage analysis sheet. So applicant should provide that missing sheet. In the existing plan, indicate the location of the sign, its dimension, and that it is non-illuminated. I mean, if you look at the previously approved plan, there were a lot of notes that were added, which are completely missing from the existing site plan. Those should be done or provide separate sheets, either way. As you mentioned, there are gaps in the landscaping that was previously approved, especially along the side lot line. The lighting, the applicant should clarify and should show in the drawing if there are any exterior lights that are mounted on the building facade. I believe there is one along the frontage. It should be indicated in the plan and indicate, you know, what is the lumen level. The trash, as you pointed out from the photos submitted and from the Google Street View, the trash container is not screened. There was a screening requirement of 5 foot high and 8 foot wide portable opaque fence, which is interesting. But I think in this case, maybe the portability of it made it very portable. So it should be a fixed fence height, preferably a nice cinder block with the trash enclosure can be behind it. I think that may be better. Those decorative cinder blocks would be fine. I think from the photos and the Google Street View, it seems the site is overall in good condition. There is a FedEx drop box that's located on the site that should be added on the plan, and make sure it is not on the sidewalk, it's on the property line. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown?
So I don't have any additional questions, comments, but do have one question about your statement concerning the proof of continuous use. The variance expired July 2020, and since the first hearing was April 2021, and it was probably filed before that, it's probably less than, what is it, 5 + 4, 9 months since the expiration of grant.
Right.
They actually filed.
Oh, so it's under a year, so there's no proof required, is what you're saying?
Right. I don't think we require it. And unfortunately, the last Google Street View photo for this, the most recent, is October 2019. So that's like 9 months before the expiration as well. So I think taking the gas bills and electric bills are actually more than we need.
Okay, fine, thank you.
And I actually have no additional comments.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Sheta?
Thank you, Chair. I only have one comment. It's for us. It's internal for the project manager. There is a compliance chart in the folder, but it doesn't pertain to this specific case.
Oh.
It pertains to another case. So hopefully it's going to be taken off that folder, but I see that they haven't submitted a compliance chart.
Mhm. Okay.
We
Yes.
did reach out to the project manager did reach out to the applicant regarding not submitting a compliance chart. We realized there was an error in the submission that it belonged to
Do you mean that the applicant submitted the one that's filed in the folder?
No, it
No.
was misplaced.
Okay.
It was misplaced, and so then that's what happens. You look at the list and it looks like it's there, and until
Yeah, there was like a double label on it, and but it's been removed. That was not his compliance chart. He
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and so it's been removed now and moved to wherever it belongs. Is that?
In the voided folder.
Yeah, it already exists where it belongs. It was duplicated.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So I just left it in like the void, just so we know what happened.
Yeah, maybe I have an older download, that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. That's it?
Yep.
Okay. And Commissioner Shabeta, anything further?
I reviewed the continuous use and it's sufficient to me, and I agree with Commissioner Otley Brown that it's not.
Volume.
We cannot,
I-
Commissioner Shabeta, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Volume.
So I reviewed the evidence of continuous use, and it is more than sufficient. But I also agree with Commissioner Otley Brown that it's not necessary.
okay, thank you. All right,
Item number 2017-92BZ 60-06 /12 Northern Boulevard, Queens. This is an extension of time.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Thank you. This is an extension of time to complete construction of a previously approved variance permitting the operation of an eating and drinking establishment with accessory drive-through, which expired on December 6, 2017. We're seeking a waiver of the board's rules of practice and procedures. This is an R5 zoning district. I found no open violations and no open ECB. The statement of facts really needs to flush out why they needed this extension. Simply saying that, there are various changes at the DOB that makes the applicant need more time to refile, I don't find sufficient. I did note that the residents, the lot line by the residence has rear trees that seem high enough. They actually go all the way to the second floor, which I was very happy with. The fire department did make a state of letter of no objection, so we have that. The site seems clean, but there are some cracks in the asphalt that should be repaired. And the applicant should specify the waiver under the board rules that they're seeking. They didn't specify that they're seeking it under section 1073D2. And I have nothing further on this.
Thank you. So I didn't have very much. There's a typo on the lot area in the statement of facts. It says something like it's a 2,900 square foot lot when it's actually closer to a 29,000 square foot lot. I'd like to see the actual demonstration of compliance with the plans in terms of the grant, as opposed to the statement from the owner that I comply, in particular with respect to the decibel levels and lighting, which is part of the condition. For instance, it says that the decibel levels from the menu board are a maximum of 18 dBA. How are they establishing that that's what that is? Just as an example, there are other ones, garbage pickup and so on. Otherwise, though, the shape of the site is really advantageous for such a use because it has a huge buffer area that allows for very lush vegetation. So it actually looks great. And those were my only comments. Vice Chair Shanda.
There's a little bit of sprucing that is needed for the landscaping area, especially along the 60th Street frontage. And there was, based on the photos provided, there was some debris that were kind of lodged in the landscaped area. So those could be removed. Based on the photos provided, it seems there are excess banners and placards on the sides. Those need to be removed. I didn't go there recently, but I do generally go by this area quite often. And the site is in very good condition. So I really did not have any issues with that. The applicant stated that it has submitted a DOB printout for the violation, which was because there was a violation for a gas which was paid, but I didn't see that printout in the folder. That's about it.
Okay. And I don't think there were any fines due, so everything. Was
no fines due, right.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional comments.
Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, the reasoning they put for the delays, they said delays are due to changes at the DOB. I'm not sure what changes at the DOB caused that delay. They need to elaborate on that. And the second thing is noise. I want to know whether there are any complaints from neighbors. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, and Commissioner Sheta, anything further?
Nothing further.
Okay,
Item number 21, 30700BZ, 41-02 Main Street, Queens, extension of term.
okay, Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. This is an extension of term of a previously approved variance to permit the operation of a non-commercial art gallery, community facility space, and office use from the UG6 on floors 2 through 5 within a 5-story mixed-use building, contrary to the underlying use regulation, which expired on July 10th, 2021. This is a C1-2 R6 zoning district. Notice of initial hearing and notice of initial filing and notice of a hearing are both filed. There's been no community board recommendation that asks that we reach out to them. I have not received it. I'm not sure if it was received since Friday. There is an elevator violation on the DOE website. I'd like to know the status of that. The ECB violation was cleared up. They seek to remove the 20-year term, and they also seek to, or in the alternate, seek to the use of the 3rd through 5th floor as commercial offices, as opposed to what it is currently.
No, that's not right.
That's,
No.
I'm ready. Okay.
No, that's not correct. They want to keep what they have, and they seek either an elimination of the term entirely, or if the board's not okay with that, then a 20-year term. But to keep it the same use as.
No.
there
So
is.
I didn't see any, I don't have any objection. I have nothing further on this case.
Okay. Okay. There's no, I didn't find I'd like to know, why is there a TCO? I see Daryl's hand up, just a second. Why is there a TCO, and what remains to be completed for the TCO to get it permanent? I didn't understand why it's taking so long, or what's open. Daryl, go ahead.
The applicant mentioned the community board will meet today on the 13th.
Sorry, couldn't understand what you said.
The applicant emailed and said that the community board will meet today on the 13th.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, thanks. Also, so I didn't see actually any actual demonstration of compliance with the plans or the conditions. For instance, no interior photos showing what kind of use there is. It's supposed to be a non-commercial art gallery, for example, on the 2nd floor. Shouldn't we have photos to show that it's being used that way? Or photos to show what the uses are on the upper floors? So we didn't actually get anything. And this is me posing to the board this issue of just allowing the entire building to remain commercial permanently. I think it's actually, when I was reading about this variance, I thought it's so ironic. Usually we get the request to do the opposite thing, right? It's a commercial district, and they want to convert the whole thing to residential because the site is narrow and so on, and it's not going to work as commercial. This is actually a statement that they can't rent the floors for apartments to residential use. I just think it's kind of an ironic shift. I can't think of a reason why on Main Street in Flushing there'd be a problem with having a commercial use operating all the time. It's a very obviously extremely commercial neighborhood. So I just want people's comment on it. And yeah, so Vice Chair Shanda.
Before I get to that question, so the prior grant was had a condition which applied to floors 2 to 5. And as part of the condition, it required that the 2nd floor remain non-commercial art gallery. Apart from how as a policy we should go about it, the applicant should provide that the use group 3, though the resolution calls it use group 6, it's actually use group 3, is being used as a community facility. And the application provided documents confirming that the utilization of the second floor and the third floor are being in conformance. This third to fifth floor is being used by Amerisia Bank that also owns the property, so they should fix the elevator issue. And the Amerisia Bank is located right next to the subject building. So this is probably additional office space for Amerisia that is located in this building. The signage, they should comply with the underlying zoning. And as I stated earlier, the violation needs to be resolved since the applicant is the property owner. With regards to whether we should remove it or not, I mean, knowing a little bit about this community board when I used to be on the, the planner for this area, I think the reason that second floor be retained as a community facility use, non-commercial, was to kind of not, it would have triggered a parking requirement. And this community board is a huge pro-parking neighborhood. So this was a way to probably, I'm just conjecturing, this was probably a way to not require the parking thing. So that's why the second floor was retained as a community facility space. Personally, I think this area is totally commercial. This is not, this free street frontage is not a really frontage for a commercial residential use. And it is owned by the bank. The bank can fully utilize it. So I personally don't have an issue with removing the second floor space being used as a commercial space or a non-residential space. I think the parking that would be generated from that second floor utilization, it's not going to be significant. That cannot be accommodated within the site if it were to be commercial.
But then it would be an additional waiver if we switch the use, which means it's into a very
yeah. I mean, just as a thing, I don't think there is anything wrong with making this entire thing commercial, or if it becomes fully community facility, whichever way it is, the non-residential.
It could be community facility as in a doctor's office. We could just eliminate.
The floor plates are too small for it, but it would be individual kind of thing.
No, well, that's for them to figure out.
That's for them.
Doctor's office, that also has a parking requirement and the gallery may not. So before we make any suggestions like that, if it turns into an amendment of the variance that has an additional waiver, then that's messy for the applicant because we have a minimum variance.
Fair enough.
Right.
Yeah.
But what I did want to say is I don't believe it's accurate that Amerisia owns the site. They're renting it. The ownership is another LLC. So which is not Amerisia, it's something else. So
I think it is Amerisia. The affidavit of ownership is Jimmy C. And that Amerisia is the owner in fee of, and is the sole property owner of the zoning lot. That's what I see in the affidavit of ownership.
I better look up their deeds. Okay. All right. Commissioner Ali Brown.
I have no objection to removing the term for this variance, and I have no comments.
Commissioner Sheta.
Thank you, Chair. I share the opinion with other commissioners and I have nothing additional to add. Thank you.
And Commissioner Shabeta, anything else?
Nothing further from me.
Okay. Thank you. All right.
Okay. The next item is, so the next 4 items are the items we're adjourning. Do you want to restate them? Let's play the calendar number and address, Madam Chair.
Oh, wait. The next one is an appeal.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, on my list. Did you want to restate it because some people might not have heard?
Those are, yeah, sure, go ahead. I'm sorry, I skipped. Yeah.
Okay, so the following 4 items are adjourned because of the adoption of the special permit text. Item number 22, 19402BZ, 1775 Staten Island. Item number 3, 9-11BZ, 2129 White Plains Road, the Bronx. Item number 24, 5511 BZ, 2914 Third Avenue, the Bronx. Item number 25, 5711 BZ, 208 West 25th Street, Manhattan. The only reason why I'm restating is because maybe someone didn't come in the beginning of the review session.
You're
The
right.
next, I'm sorry, go on.
Yeah, you're right to have done that. Yeah. go
Okay.
ahead.
The appeals calendar, new cases, item number 26, 2020, 39A, 235 Oder Avenue, Staten Island. I think that's the proper pronunciation. Oh,
Okay. Oh, yeah.
sorry.
Oh,
Oder.
yeah.
Oder.
We have proof of service of initial application and of notice of hearing to officials. The community board recommends denial with 18 in support of that resolution and 9 opposed. We have 1 letter in support. We have a May 2021 DOT statement that there are no capital projects planned, but that letter also states that they may want to, quote, achieve proper alignment, unquote, of Steuble Street in the future. However, we also have a series of more recent communications between DOT and our project manager, Jelini Banks-Chu, seeking clarification on the location of the widening line and size of the lot, and indication of lot 20, which is adjacent to this lot 19 on the drawings. The cover letter with the most recent submission of the statement of facts states that no BSA GCL 35 application for lot 20 is required. DOB may not agree, but that's for another day, I suppose. DOB sometimes requires it if there's even a pathway in a widening line. I don't know that there is, but anyway. I note that on this side of Steuben Street, between Tarji, if that's how you pronounce it, and Moselle Avenues, which is 8 blocks, there is either no impediment, as in it's open land, or New York City actually owns the lots. So they own the lot along Steuben, block 2892, lot 15, 2888, lot 19, and 2887, lot 16. So that would be no impediment to the widening of Steuben. So this would be the only site that would impede the widening of Steuben for 8 blocks. It would be the only structure for 8 blocks and effectively foreclose the street widening. So the DOT says we don't have any capital improvement plans, and that's the kind of letter we usually get from them. We need to look at this carefully, because it's not as if this is a site that was subdivided, as the community board says, right? So it's not as if this is a site that traveled independently for all time. Well, actually, no, that's not true. Lot 19 existed, but skinnier. And now it's being reapportioned to be fatter to allow for development on the site as of right. Let's say as to zoning, but not as to the location in the bed of a map street. And there are other skinny sites like this, but they are owned mostly by New York City. We do have comments from DEP that haven't been responded to, I don't think. It says, please submit a survey site plan showing the 12-inch diameter water main in Steuben Avenue between Oder and Britton Avenue. Show distance from the 12-inch diameter water main to the property line, and submit a DOT approval. We also have a letter of objection from fire department based on the current width of Steuben and need for sprinklers in the house. The submitted plumbing diagram doesn't show sprinklers, although there's a note that the house will be sprinklered on drawing Z01. The plumbing diagram obviously needs to show sprinklers, otherwise how are you giving sprinklers? We need fire department sign off on that submission. And I would like to say that I really appreciate Jolene's inclusion of the email chain with fire department and the applicant in the record. It helps to flesh out kind of what's been going on in the discussions. There are plenty of typos in the statement of facts, even though I think it was resubmitted recently. The applicant must go back and proofread all the submissions. Floor area ratio, for example, is expressed in our zoning resolution as a factor, not as a percentage. That's the first time I've seen that in decades. And maybe the last time I saw it was someone from Iowa who's attempting to read the zoning resolution and decided to use percentages. So, and Iowa, you know, no offense, it's just you don't live in New York City and practice all the time in New York City, so you might not catch that subtlety. To clarify, lot 19 is currently 25 feet wide, fronting on O'Dare Avenue, and it's 100 feet deep, fronting on Steuben, and is entirely within the bed of the unimproved portion of Steuben. According to the survey, Steuben is only 24 foot wide, curb to curb, so very narrow. The proposal is to widen lot 19 by allocating lot area from the 50 by 100 lot 20 to create a 34.75 wide tax and zoning lot. That's 3,475 square feet, and develop a 17-foot wide outside to outside one family, which I always think is interesting given the variance applications we see that sometimes say 17 feet is too narrow for a house. I see no requests in the application for front yard and height and setback waivers pursuant to section 7301 of the zoning resolution, which DOB may require, which we often see DOB on Staten Island require such waivers. The applicant really needs to verify with DOB if a waiver, such a waiver is required. I know this is only a GCL 35 application, so we're really just looking at the site and plan, but I don't believe that any project permitted by the BSA should be constructed of cheap materials. So the vinyl siding that's shown on the drawings is not acceptable, nor is exterior insulation finishing system, otherwise known as EFIS. There are much better, more durable siding materials, and one of them should be used here. If you're getting something from the city, you should give something to the city. Sorry. And those are my comments.
Madam Chair, did you mean 7201? G,
Oh.
not 7301?
Oh, did I say 7301? Sorry, yeah, 7201, sorry.
Okay. G.
G, yes. Okay, sorry, yeah, G. Sorry, yes, that's what, thank you for correcting. Vice Chair Shanda.
Thank you. I actually found the submission confusing, partly because the survey is based on the current site condition, and there is a proposal for an apportionment. The applicant has submitted an RP 602 for apportionment that should be provided. The survey is difficult to read, partly because of the line weight. It is not clear where the lot line is. Is it where the fence is built to, or where the dark solid line is? Because the reason I asked that question is, if the lot line is the dark line, then there is a distance of 8 feet from the existing curb to the property line along Steuben and 10 feet along Oder Avenue. Whereas if you look at the proposal, the width of the sidewalks is something like 3 foot 4 inches and 3 foot 3 foot along Steuben, which is not acceptable. The applicant should also clarify if Oder Street is maintained by New York City. If it's a CCO street, that wasn't clear from the documentation. As you pointed out, there are other sites that are city-owned and are narrow sites. So I don't know if DOT is aware of it. And I think our project manager should reach out to DOT and explain that and get a clarification if in terms of how they view site night needs development. The applicant needs to submit builder's pavement plan for the sidewalk. There is no sidewalk along Steuben. It is a patch of overgrown weed. It seems that the existing fence, as I'd mentioned, is located outside the lot line, both along Steuben and Oder. And the proposed, should this project go forward based on DOT's feedback, the proposed development should have the fence relocated within the on the lot line, and the plans should be revised accordingly, and the sidewalk widths should be clearly labeled. There is a very big utility pole that is located on Steuben, and the applicant should indicate what would be the distance between this utility pole and the lot line. That should be wide enough for any pedestrian walkway after the fence has been relocated to the lot line. Those are my comments.
So, and now I need to go to the survey. You're saying there's a confusion about what the ultimate width of the sidewalk would be?
Yeah, I mean, the dimensions on the survey shows a 3.3 foot from the curb line or existing curb line to the fence line. But if you, same thing along the Oder Avenue, but that is not where the lot line is. The lot line is the darker line that is inside of the fence. And if you look at Steuben, where it shows an arrow showing 24 foot, next to it, it says 8 foot from the curb line to the property line. So I'm assuming that the actual sidewalk width, if it were to be built, would be 8 foot from the lot line to the existing curb line, and not 3 foot 30, 3.3.
And so the fence has to be moved to the.
Yes, yes, and this is for both Steuben and Oder.
Yeah, okay, I get it now. Okay, I just opened the surveys. Okay, thank you. That's helpful. All right, Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no comments.
Commissioner Sheta.
I haven't seen folders created for the DOT and the DOB. I understand there is a letter from the DOT indicating that there is no planned capital projects for now.
It's an intergovernmental.
Can I interrupt?
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Jolene. I'm sorry. It's your project, sorry.
Cool, thank you. The letter was provided by the applicant, and DOT is still doing the review. I'll include DOT emails in the future.
Okay.
Do we have like folders in this case, like testimony, government, like usual, like the folder structure we follow?
Yes.
It's called intergovernmental, as Tony said. In intergovernmental, you'll see DOT 5/3/2021, DOT 12/9/21 emails. Those are the emails that I was talking about, where you see lots of back and forth.
Email.
That's what I'm having. Maybe I have an issue. I'll talk to Steve to see if I have an issue with the SharePoint. But this is the way it looks. There is no folder.
Nazar, sorry, Commissioner Sheta, go back to 2029-39. You're in application, and application
Document library.
it's a different thing. So 2029 now, intergovernmental. You see, scroll back up.
I see. So maybe it is the link. I'm sorry. But when I click the link, it takes me directly to the applications, not to the route outside that.
No, scroll back up.
Let me show it. This is the link.
Yeah.
I click it. Come on.
Anyway, okay, I don't want to spend a lot of time with this, okay?
Yep, you can move forward. Thank you.
Governmental folder, and there's
Yeah,
three.
here we go. You see, it took me to the
I know,
to the
but
applications. Yeah,
so
that's why.
but so then you have to go to the 2020-39A, click, and then you'll get to intergovernmental, and in there are at least, there's 3 DOT and there's 2 DOT and a DEP, and then there's the fire department in there.
That's correct. I was tricked by the link. Sorry about that.
Okay. Okay, thanks. And then there's something here that's from the applicant about the DOT. Yeah. That's strange. Okay. All right, good. And then Commissioner Shibeta.
Thank you. I have no further comments, but Commissioner Sheffield, that happened to me as well. In the very beginning, it took me a long while to make sense of it all. And, so don't feel a bit too bad about it.
I think there is some sort of glitch. I had the same issues. There's some kind of a glitch with some of the applications where you don't realize you're downloading only a piece of the application instead of the whole thing. So you have to go back. Anyway, that's life in the big internet world. Okay. All right.
So we finished? So no more further comments?
No.
Okay, so this concludes the public review session. We
Okay.
can now commence with the public hearing.
Yes, so it's 12:40. So the choices are break for lunch for 30 minutes or yes, that's the consensus. So we're going to break for lunch for 30 minutes, which makes 10 after 1 when we start. Okay. All right, everyone. Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna get started soon.
Hello.
Okay. Tony, you're muted.
Sorry, the host would like you to unmute.
Hmm.
Ready? We're not live yet, right? Are we live? Yeah.
We are. We're
Oh,
live.
okay, okay, we are. Good. Okay. Good afternoon. This is the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for December 13th, 2021. The first item up is SOC calendar, continued hearing items, item number 14, 13258BZ, 17-45, 17-55, Francis Lewis Boulevard, Queens. This is Nazir Kanzada.
That's me.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay, do you have any else joining you, but just you two?
Yes, that's two.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, please state your name for the record and proceed.
Nasir J. Khanzara, I'm the applicant.
Diwakar Gupta, assistant to the applicant.
Okay, go ahead, Tony.
Okay, so
They're already
we,
sworn in.
No, you have to be sworn in.
They already were.
Oh, they were. I'm sorry. Sorry, I missed that. Go ahead.
Okay.
we listened to the review session this morning. So we will add trees and landscaping to lot 41 and we'll provide adequate fencing there. And for when was the C-store approved? So we looked at DOB records and there was a filing from 1997 for a new building for the C-store. And in the comments, it said, oh, it was approved in the 1996 BSA. So we'll request the plans for the 1996, but I think that is when the C-store was approved for. And the size of the C-store, like you said, is pretty much exactly 50% of the auto repair shop. So it looks like that was the 50% that's allowed.
And we'll double check the comment.
Yeah, we'll double check.
And you said, sorry, the DOB says when?
DOB was filed in 1997.
Can you provide the drawings if you can get them from the DOB approved drawings in 97 and the 1996 I don't know that we certainly, if we have the resolution from 1996, it doesn't mention the C-store. And if we don't have it, then we're missing it. So if you could provide the drawings for that also.
Sure, yeah.
Definitely, no problem.
And then the dumpsters, we'll make sure that they're placed inside the enclosure. And we look at the cracked enclosure, we'll repair or replace it if needed. And we might, if there's not enough room to place the dumpsters inside the enclosure, then we'll expand it if it's needed.
Expand what?
Expand the size of the trash enclosure so that way the dumpsters are going inside it rather than being stored outside of it. The lighting. So those measurements weren't computer generated; they were taken by hand. The reason that the measurements near the residential lot line were low is because there's no lighting in the back of that building. So we can provide some. We'll clarify on the plans where exactly the sources of lighting are, so it's clear that there's no lights at the back of the building.
You're saying the lighting provided is based on measurements, not
These are real
computer-generated?
numbers. These are real numbers that we got that at that day and time. If we do it again, it will be similar number, not the same number, but same thing. It's a real number, not computer generated. Because there's no change in the lighting. Whatever lighting is there, that is there.
Yeah, but you haven't provided lights on, lights off, did you?
No, we didn't take lights off measurements because at the residential lot line, it was already 0 or close to 0.
So you mean you put the lights on and took the measurements first, and when you found it 0, you just canceled the lights off?
That's right. No need for it because everything is in compliance. I mean, neighbors have
Can you show that on the drawings? Can you add a note, some sort of like description to the process you followed, so it's clear, please?
Sure. We'll make it there.
Thank you.
And we'll make it more light sources clear that these are the lights, these are the location, and that's why these illuminations are varying because the source is there, more numbers are there. Because there's no source there, numbers are 0 by the residential. Okay, we do that, no problem.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next.
I have a question about that. So you have a lumen diagram drawing BSA 09 that was submitted on 12/8/21. So recent submission, right? You're saying that all of those measurements, it's like, I don't know, 500 measurements, all of that was done on site?
On site, yeah, these are real numbers. We went with the meter and we got all foot candles with the machine that provides these numbers.
Okay.
Yeah. If you can notice, you notice that under the canopy are the highest number. The rest numbers in the parking lots are just numbers within the limits. But under the canopy is the one we need the light. In the parking area, garage, we don't need that much light because nobody working after hours. After 5 o'clock, the shop is closed. This area is not used except the parking. So only businesses at the Dunkin' Donut and this C store and the gas station.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
How
And
long
if you
it took you
all
to
the lights are there
measure
under the
it?
canopy.
Sorry, don't speak at the same time because then neither of you are audible. Try that again.
Sorry, I thought he's done. I was curious, how long does it take you to, like, did it take you to gather all these readings?
No, we did it after sunset and it took us 2-3 hours. There were 2 guys, about 2 to 3 hours we did after sunset.
Wow.
To do 500 readings?
Yeah, because they have the machine that has a setting from the grade. We have like 12 inches off the grade and then we take the numbers on that.
No, it's good for us to know because others are telling us it takes 11 hours. We needed to have 12 guys there, like that.
No, 12 guys. Only 2 guys. 3 hours, depending how fast they are. There's one guy keep writing number. Other one is just moving 5 feet. This is the number. 5 feet. This is the number. 5 feet off. 5 feet off. 5 feet off, like that. And it doesn't take more than 2 hours. One day I did it myself. Was so freezing. My pen cannot write. It froze the ink inside. But sometimes it's like that. But in real world, 2-3 hours more than enough. But this side is quite big. I mean, I say 3 hours.
Okay.
You made me feel better.
Yeah. No, that day was a cold day. That's a different job. That's approved already. Anyway, so next question we had about that storage and the dumpster on the corner at the end of the parking. We want to do that and to remove the truck from there. I see different feedback from BSA. I want to keep the dumpster if you guys allow me, because that's the not dumpster. I'm sorry, the storage box, and that will solve our biggest problem. problem to store. And if BSA allows us, fine. If not, I am willing to make a building storage if you want. If you want me to make a block, I can do that. Because with the 4 shops, they do have some stuff they want to keep it in the storage for future use. Some of the tools, some of the machinery, some of the tires, and that's the only issue they have. That's why they had this issue with the back. In the back, we had a 4 storage shed, and in the front, we had a 1 truck, that says the for rent, whatever, but actually was used for storage. If I get some storage, I appreciate that. That's what I'm asking for.
So we understand, but I think actually several of the commissioners made clear that you have a very large site, and your very large site benefited from an expansion, as we learned in 1996, to the maximum that was allowed on this very large zoning lot, right? And so most of the time what we see is small sites where, and you work on them too, right? Small sites, there's no place to expand to the 50% more than's allowed in the zoning resolution. So there's or the applicant's financially incapable of building a structure. So that's when we'll make an occasional agreement to have a small storage container hidden away in an enclosed area. But here you're maxed out on the allowable area for expansion. And so we can allow you to have more. And the storage sheds become, they're not temporary, they become these permanent structures. So you're adding more than your 50% allowable. And really, you should look at the inside of your building and see if there's a way that you can create better storage. When you have kind of a limited space for storage, you would treat it like a boat. You build shelving that goes to the ceiling, you hang stuff from the ceiling, you have mezzanine things that are, just for putting boxes and things like that in. Your interior photos, which were very helpful, show that you haven't taken advantage of any of that type of storage capability. And then the other option is, as far as I can tell, the only way around the prohibition on expansion of floor area or of structure is to do something subterranean, like dig something and put a cellar and actually these buildings, if they'd had cellars, would have been able to use that as a storage area instead of building slab on grade. So the site's already maxed out, and it's a very large amount of buildings there.
Yeah, so, actually, inside of these 4 repair shop, very organized. This particular client is very clean. He does have shelves. He keeps all the tires and most of the stuff on the shelves and everything. But still, he has some machinery, sometime equipment, sometime he changes a transmission or something. He need to put it out instead of bring it in. So that was his biggest problem. But anyway, whatever board decide, that's fine with us. We will eliminate that storage shed also.
So you're going to have to find a solution. I don't know what the solution is, but you're going to have to find it, and it can't be the development of new structures or storage sheds or a so-called temporary container on the site, or parking a truck that's completely illegal to park a truck and use it as a building.
That's why they have this for rent sign that came with the company. Anyway, so we are willing. I mean, we will talk to the owner, and most probably we will eliminate that thing, and we tell him to organize inside more, whatever he can, or he can eliminate one of the bays to use as a storage shed, whatever he wants inside. Nothing outside as per BSA.
I'm looking at your interior photo, and I see lighting that's hung. It looks like it's hung about 2 to 3 feet below the level of the ceiling. All of that could be storage racks hung from the ceiling. And then you could have sliding ladders. There's lots and lots of ways of doing it. I think maybe the owner might need your help as designers to figure out how to do it. But, manufacturing buildings all the time have great storage systems with those metal, it's like a perforated metal system that you can mount on the ceiling, and then it hangs down And then with fantastic storage capability, then instead of keeping some of the stuff on the ground that they keep now, they could move that to the top, and then that would clear up space for any kind of heavy equipment that cannot be lifted up higher.
Indeed, yeah. So we'll pass on to Laura, that's no problem.
Okay.
Yes. So the generator, we'll create additional landscaping around the generator to provide shielding when we relocate it, and we'll maintain the existing silencer system. And then to clarify the signage, so we're not proposing any changes to the illuminated signage. We just want to maintain what was previously approved, which was, I think, 1 square foot roughly above the regular limit.
So here we do this again. We don't have the authority to waive the requirements of the C district zoning, right? So I would recommend that you measure the signs, because 1 square foot gets you so close that maybe your measurements are too generous. And just go back and measure them. Sometimes you discover that you've been a little.
Okay, we'll measure the signs because we were going off the previous measurements from the previous plans, but we'll measure the signs.
Okay.
And in terms of the non-illuminated signage, previously there were some excess signage on the site. Now they've been removed, and we provide photos showing they were removed. There were some signs that were mounted on the front of the auto repair store. We've taken those down and we've put them on the light pole signs that were previously approved, and they don't exceed the allowed signage. So we just relocated those, and now we're under the non-illuminated signage meets all the zoning regulations.
Okay, so you'll amend the drawings to show what they are, where they are, and their calculations, right?
Yeah, that's good. Yes.
Okay. Good.
And then we're gonna move the trash can that's near the ADA access ramp for the convenience store. We can provide an ADA ramp for the office area of the auto repair shop.
Mm-hmm.
And then we can amend the parking so that way there's handicapped parking spaces. There's plenty of room for that. So we can add handicap parking there.
Okay, great. Okay, anything else? Anything else from commissioners that might have been left out?
Yeah, sorry. Regarding the utilization of the existing roof to hang things from for the storage purpose, if you want to do that, of course, you bear the own responsibility to make sure that the roof is capable of withstanding any of this storage. We're not directing you to do it, but if you believe it is the right way to be done, go
It's
ahead.
on my license. It's on my license. You're working.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's okay.
Thank you.
Sure it's not fall apart. That's actually I am signing sealing. I had to run those numbers, and by chance I'm a structural engineer. So
I know you're a structural engineer, and that's why I'm like raising this. Thank you.
You got it. No, her comment are very good comment, but I have to see at the site what is there. Maybe it's a wood structure. I can't even hang. I had to put everything on the columns or something like that. I take it, no problem.
Right. I see a gigantic air handler hanging from the ceiling. That's one reason why I suggested that. And it looks like it's hanging as opposed to, it's not like on cross beams or anything like that. That's why I said.
I'll double check that, no problem.
Okay.
That's it. That's what we have. So let me just run through Carlo Costanza to double check the 20% thing, and let me get the drawing from building department. I'll upload those, and hopefully by next one we should all clean it up, everything, make it nice, so it should go through.
Okay, let us go to the public while you go through your list, and then we can talk back again. So Tony, to the public.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 13258 BZ, 17-45, 17-55 Francis Lewis Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to call in to discuss this case, the call-in number is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 978-1807-7757. And the passcode, should you require it, is 997504. If you are in the Zoom room, please press *9 to raise your Zoom hand and *6 to unmute when you're calling in.
So I don't see anyone in the Zoom room with their hand up yet, but we'll give chance for anybody to call in. So are you clear about the things that you need to do?
So we're going
Yes.
to be providing the DOB plans for the from 1996 for the convenience store. We'll also get the BSA approved plans from 1996.
And the resolution that relates to that, unless
We have the resolution, yeah, but we'll provide that again, yeah.
Okay,
And we discussed with Carlos Costanza, and hopefully by next one, we should be ready 100%.
okay. So you need to also talk to your client about how to address the storage issues. So, and help that person come up with a solution. So how much time to do that?
Okay, 3 weeks, I would say 3 weeks to 4 weeks.
For 4 weeks to submit this response? Even including getting the DOB drawings, doesn't that take longer?
No, DOB drawing will be within a week, I should have it. Because it's a 3-day lead time they have. It's online now. It used to be in person, now it's online.
Even
So-
when old drawings?
Yeah, they do from
Microfiche?
microfilm. So they ask 3 days to a week. So
Wow.
I should have, in a week, I should have the old drawing. Then
Okay,
I have to change the drawings also. I need some time and I have a meeting with the owner. I would say 3 weeks or more.
okay, I'm putting 4 weeks, and I don't know what exactly we'll have available on our calendar, but I'm just noting 4 weeks to submit, okay? And I didn't see anyone come into the Zoom room, and nobody put their hand up. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you.
Next item is item number 15, 42-09BZ, 441, 467 Prospect Avenue, Brooklyn. It's the office of Sheldon LaBelle.
Okay. Just let Mr. Khan.
Good afternoon. Fan Baton from Sheldon LaBelle PC. John Maglioccio is an applicant, and Victor Folletti, the architect.
Victor Folletti, I see. Okay. Okay, we just let them both in.
Join as panelists, stay as attendee. Stay as attendee and not panelists.
John, you're in.
Muting him while he figures out how it works. You're in, Mr. Maglioccio.
You can't turn on your video unless you join as a panelist.
You hear me now? Okay.
Well, it's not hearing you. We have to see you, sir. There we go, Mr. Folletti.
How do I do that?
Join as a panelist.
Join as a panelist.
Oh,
sir.
join as a panelist. Okay, join as panelist.
Well.
Well, let me, he's
Yeah.
he's
Oh,
the,
video. Okay.
hey, buona. Okay, raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes. Yes, I do.
I do.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Fan Baton from Sheldon. Tony, you're muted. I don't know if you're still speaking.
Sorry, we need
Oh,
everyone.
I'm sorry. I was just saying, somebody else mute. I hear a lot of background noise unless that's one of the other people.
Everyone who's not speaking, mute, please. And Ms. Baton, go ahead.
Fan Baton from Sheldon LaBelle PC for the applicant. We attended this morning's review session. I'm joined by John Maglioccio, the applicant from Arrow Linen, as well as Victor Folletti, the project architect. We're here to answer some of the questions and issues raised at the review session. So the first item was regarding the neighbor notice. There just seemed to be some confusion, and we'll make sure that we make we provide notice within 20 days of the next hearing. There was some back end of who was doing what, so we'll make sure for the next hearing that our office will handle it. Regarding the DOB and the application filed or the pre-application filed, we Victor, I don't know if you want to discuss some of the materials that were provided in the checklist at the end of that. Yeah. Victor, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. We did prepare a pre-filing as was discussed because we were trying to generate the required items list. It is similar to what we would get in an e-filing, but it's not as thorough as it used to be in e-filing, unfortunately. It was the last page. There were a few items listed that were approval required items, and then there were the C of O required items. We could prepare our own list and generate what we know would be required should we file and obtain a C of O. It was just discussed that maybe we can get some clarification. Are you looking to have the application filed and examined by the building department before granting approval?
So this hasn't had a CO since 1970, right? So I don't feel comfortable that if we let you go forth, we'll ever see a CO, right? The terms are very long. So what I'd like to see is that the CO application is far along.
Okay.
They may not grant the CO because you have this open, but at the same time, that could be the last objection or something. Like, what are the things that are required to obtain the CO? And what's the timeline to provide them? Because it's not, I don't believe you're doing work, right?
That is correct. We are not.
So this is a no work application. So you're just submitting a lot of forms.
There is, we did a set of drawings here for the BSA. If we file for a C of O with the building department, there is a little, there's more information. It's an extensive drawing for a new C of O for the building, which we can prepare and we will prepare. We will be, getting involved in verifying all of the structures, their construction code compliance, things of that nature. So if that's what we need to do, that's what we'll do.
You have to get a CO. Whatever is required to get a CO. So we need to see that done. I don't understand though, if you're not doing any work, unless the problem is you're legalizing the post 1978 work. Maybe that's what the issue is.
There is maybe some small parts that were not completed. We'd have to really, dive into that. It's just that when you file, the plan examiner is going to ask for fire ratings of all the walls, make sure that all the fire stopping is installed. We're going to need some, inspections to be performed, beyond what BSA would have needed.
Right. Okay.
We can do that if that's what's required.
So I'm going to say it again. You're required to get a CO. Whatever you're required to do to get a CO, you should start doing and get very far along so that we're persuaded by the time we are able to close and vote on this, that there will be a CO forthcoming and that it won't be another 20 years and there's no CO.
Understood.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Okay.
The next issue, the next couple of issues regarding the operations, the staff parking. The board made it very clear of what specifically we need to provide. I just want to note that it's actually 139 employees at the Brooklyn site. There might have been a mistake in the, I'll make it clear in the statement of facts, but it's at 139 at Brooklyn alone, and we'll provide more details regarding the operations. I know there was a concern regarding trip generation, and we did provide some charts, but we'll just try to lay it out very clear about, the delivery schedule or the cars coming in and out, especially with the employees as well.
Okay, the charts weren't clear actually, because I don't know what engineering means. I know what engineering means from my perspective, but I don't know what it means on a chart. And so we need to know, like, what is that? Does that mean there are 12 people in the engineering department and they show up at a certain time? What is any of that in the chart?
I'll work with, yeah, sorry.
If you want me to explain, I'll explain.
Yeah, but we also want it explained in writing. So yeah, please go ahead.
We'll discuss offline and we'll make sure it's part of the submission. Now regarding the noise and the testing of the equipment. So we provided what we could regarding that DEP complaint, that complaint made in the DEP response from a couple of years ago. And I think what we mentioned at the last hearing was that these machines are off and have been off since the pandemic. And it's unclear even how they could come back on. And John, I don't know if you want to just talk a little bit about that, but I'm not sure if we could actually test these specific.
I mean, like the exhaust fans, I could test out for you, but like the generators that are on the roof, we'll probably end up replacing those only because they needed work back then. So we'll probably end up replacing them if we do start back up. But I mean, if you want me to test out exhaust fans and stuff like that, but when the DEP came and we had that complaint, they used the monitor out, you know, for a certain, from the residential people, and they measured that we were in compliance with everything.
Well, that's why I asked the question. You say everything. There was one complaint against one co-generating unit, which had a number. That's what was referred to in the violation. So, you know, I don't know what you asked your consultant to do, but normally it would be, I have a violation. What do we have to do to cure the violation? So the consultant comes and takes a look at cogeneration unit 2346 or whatever it is, and says we need to change this tube, this gasket, whatever. Did it, measured, good, right? But do you have any record that that same consultant looked at all of the equipment and tested all of the equipment at the time? And if so, give it to us. If not, then we don't know that the equipment complies now with the noise code. So
I believe that there was a complaint, but when the DEP came, there was really no remedy to what it was. We were in compliance. It's just that the neighbor thought we were out of compliance.
that's not what it says in the materials. It says replace this 1.5 inch tube or things like that. There's instructions to do.
Okay, so then it was done.
But that was for one piece of equipment. The equipment that was the noise source. And they measured that it exceeded the allowable. DEP would not let you just go away and exceed the allowable. They would make you do something, even if it's instead installing dampeners all the way around the equipment. So that's the point. We need to know that all that equipment on the roof, which or wherever the equipment is not a nuisance to neighbors, but in addition to that meets code, which is one of the conditions of the prior grant, that all of the the HVAC and related equipment complies with the noise code. So you need to.
Well, I mean, I don't know when I'm gonna reopen. So for me to spend all this money on rebuilding generators, I'm not gonna do that now. If I have to replace them when I do reopen, I'll do that.
So here's the thing. How do we know that your equipment complies with code? There must be a way of knowing that it complies with code. Some of the equipment you said you can turn on, and other equipment, it seems to me, a consultant, a noise consultant, or let's say a mechanical consultant would be able to look at it and say, based on what I'm seeing, you need to replace the gasket. If it hasn't been operating in years, there's probably replacement things that are needed, like a hose, like a gasket, like
I said, most probably if we do reopen, I would probably replace those generators.
Right. So there's no specific timeline yet because of the operations of the site and the pandemic and such. So these have been off. And as the applicant noted, if most likely they need to be replaced, so they'll have to, I mean, even as a condition, they'll have to comply with.
Do you know roughly when you're gonna
I mean,
reopen, roughly?
How about this? How about I unregister that equipment so that I'm not allowed to use it?
But aren't you required to have that equipment in order to open?
No. Because that's just electricity savings for us that we did.
Okay.
They're still operating at the site. It's just not the full operations.
So
that would be.
here's the problem. All of this is a little too loosey-goosey for me. I don't know how much equipment you have. I don't know. We don't have mechanical drawings. We don't know anything about what this stuff is, right? We have some photographs from the roof with some stuff on the roof. And so I can't say which is a co-generating unit, which is how many of these exhaust systems you have, et cetera. We need more information about which things can be, what's there. Normally in our world, these are called mechanical drawings. So we need information about what's there, what can be tested by turning it on or it's already on and operating, and therefore what can be tested in compliance with noise and air quality codes. And then what can be taken offline because it's going to be replaced in the future with something, right? Which you would show on drawing. So I think that the best solution is for Mr. Filetti to work with a mechanical engineer, which I'm assuming exists already for this site. How do you know what to replace? It's not like you just call up somebody and say, give me a cogen, right? They have to do calculations. They have to decide where it is, et cetera. There must be drawings someplace. So that's my suggestion, because otherwise we can't just talk about, like, you know, things will be good. Because again, the terms are very long. So then you're like off again for another 20 years without us seeing you. And we have taken no opportunity to like get stuff in order again for the neighbors, for yourselves. Okay.
We'll provide that information. The key photos, there was also back and forth regarding labeling. So we're already working on labeling with providing more detail of what the photos are looking at. I do hope that you were able to see the numbers on the PDFs, like on the lower right-hand side, but we'll also include a description.
It's not so, the numbers aren't so important because the PDF has numbers. So you're off by one or two photos. It's sometimes show us a picture. What's in that picture? Okay.
Provide that information. Regarding the barbed wire, so that's been there since the 1970s, back when it was a different time, and people had accessed the site and vandalized the trucks. The applicant can remove it if necessary, but that has been there since the 70s.
So it's coming down then, right?
The graffiti, John will look at was it on the gate? No.
The walls.
It's on the wall, the whole front wall of the parking area. It looks like they tried to get it off, but there's still enough of a presence of it that it should be power washed more carefully or whatever you do to remove it.
Okay, that'll be addressed. The fence, a slit will be added to make it opaque as requested. And the lighting, John, I don't know if you could speak regarding the lighting a little bit. You're on mute, John.
My engineer and I, we did those readings. I understand what they want a little bit more. Well, they don't want it written by hand. They want it typewritten, I guess. But I believe there's more lighting in the street than in my parking lot.
So let's go over what this is. Ms. Batan, you have access to our administrative notice, right? You know what it is. So what we have is, this is something where you work with your architect to put it on the drawings properly, okay? And there's a grid that gets created. And specifically, I am interested in, and Commissioner Sheta, please, chime in, but I'm specifically interested in the distance in the area around the residential property lines. So 15 feet away from the property lines of the residents You're supposed to, you need to measure every 5 feet for 15 feet to the fence. And then to the extent that you can reach over past the fence or come onto the residential property line to measure there. And the measurements have to be done at a height. There's 3 heights that are given. 3 feet off the ground, or is it 2 heights? 3 feet, the top of the fence, right? And so your fence is high, it's 8 feet. Otherwise, we don't know whether the lighting coming from that light fixture is shedding light into the residential property, which it cannot do. So, but there's an administrative notice that explains it, and you can certainly do this with your own light meter, where you're noting it on the drawings, but you have to be much more, let's say, scientific about where you're locating it. It can't just be sort of haphazardly on the drawings, because we can't really figure out what's going on. And just measuring right at the property line doesn't tell us if it's shedding across and what the lighting level is right in front of that, to understand that the lighting level decreases as it gets further away from the light source. Plus, we don't know drawing where the light source is. I only know from looking at a photograph that shows a light pole, but your drawing doesn't show where the light source is. So you really need to work with your architect to do the drawing for this, okay?
I believe it would be helpful if they ask the architect to print a drawing for them, to whoever is going to do these measurements, 3 copies actually, with the locations of the lighting, the light poles. Then go to the site, take the measurements at the points specified in the notice, take lights off, lights on, and then take them back to the architect, and he can put the readings on the drawings for you, and then subtract the lights on, lights off to give you the modified or the net or the corrected, whatever. This is the way it should be done.
Right. And by lights off, so you, Mr. Magliocco, you said that there's more light coming from the street. That's the whole idea of the lights on, lights off test. When you do it with your lights on, and then you turn your lights off, and you see what the difference is between them. And you may be right that the lighting level is higher with your lights off, or it's the same or something, right? That's how we tell whether you're the source of the annoyance to the neighbors.
No, well, I'm saying that the lights in the street reflect more light on the neighbors than my lights in the parking lot. That's all I'm saying. I'm not
That's
saying
fine.
that.
That could be the case. There is nothing wrong with that. You could put your lights off and then measure, and you see like 10 candles coming from the streets. And then you put your lights on and you see 10 candles, still the same. That means that the difference, which you're responsible for, is nothing. So you're good. But if you measure 10 candles with your lights off, and then you measure 15 with your lights on, that means that the difference, which is 5, is coming from your light. So you need to do something. This is the way it should be done. And please, if you measure zeros, take some pictures for that and reference the point at which you measured that 0 and provide it to us.
Okay. Got that?
Information.
Oh.
Okay.
I think we'll provide information regarding the parking for employees. Only the managers had parked on the site pre-pandemic, but we'll provide that information.
Okay. And then the plans don't show the parking areas. So the parking spaces.
Victor, I believe, is going to add that, right?
Yes.
Can I just say, I think the submission, the latest submission, the key plan did not have all the parking spaces, but the initial drawings did. But nonetheless, I think point being made is that do distinguish between the area that is going to be used for truck parking and for vehicular parking on both the parking areas.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's part that's confusing because when you say that staff parks there, I don't know where they park because the photographs only show trucks. So are staff parking with the trucks or they park someplace else? That's super unusual.
Most of the staff is mass transit. Only some of our, even most of our drivers are mass transit. It's just only a few people that use their own cars.
Okay, but so this is the thing, when the statements that we read say staff parks on site when they can't find parking spaces on the street. That's what we read. So now I'm like, well, where does the staff park on site? When I look at the photographs, it's jammed with trucks. So
Yeah, but if a driver's driving his car and he can't find a spot on the street and he's moving his truck, that spot where the truck was, he could put his car there.
So you need to explain this because we don't, and we want to see that there's organization of the parking on the site. It seems like based on aerial photos that it's haphazard, and it shouldn't be haphazard, it should be organized. Okay.
Will do.
I will provide that information.
Okay.
I think those are all of the comments.
Okay, so let's go to any other comments from commissioners? Let's go to the public then.
So the case we are, the case we are currently discussing is 42-09BZ 441 467 Prospect Avenue, Brooklyn. The call-in number is 646-558-8656. The webinar passcode is 997504 should you require it. And the ID number is 978-1807-7757. If you are in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand, pressing *9. And if you're calling in, press *6 to unmute.
Have they covered the justification for the acoustical fence height? Did they respond to that?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Right.
The height that was required before?
So yeah, we asked at the last hearing for you to go to the record and find the study that was done that is determined how they got to the 8-foot acoustical fence height. Because at the moment we don't know. It's good that you have this acoustical fence, but we don't know what it was assuming it would accomplish. And then based on that, we might have other comments, questions, something. But as opposed to asking you to go back and do a whole new acoustical analysis. Okay.
All right, understood, yes.
So what I would ask you, because that was missed, thank you, Commissioner Sheta, please go back to the review session. I said, everything we said at the review session is what we want you to do, plus what we said today at the hearing. So I don't want to see something where our project manager is asked, do I need to provide it? Yes, the answer is you need to provide it. We mentioned it we discussed it at the review and at the hearing, okay?
Understood.
Oops, someone needs to mute. Okay. I don't see anyone in the Zoom room with their hands up. There is one person who called in. If you would like to speak, if the caller would like to speak, that's *9 to raise your Zoom hand. Otherwise, sorry?
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I was going to restate what the case number was.
Okay, go ahead, do that.
The case that we're currently discussing is 4209BZ 441-467 Prospect Avenue, Brooklyn. That is the only case we're discussing at this moment. So if you're calling it for something else,
you'll have to wait.
You'll have to wait.
Okay. All right. So *9 to raise your hand if you're a caller. How much time do you need to respond to this? And we'd like the submission to be complete so that we don't have the kind of conversation we had today.
I think the longest part of this would be the DOB. Victor, do you have a general idea?
So the filing would be submitted, the plans and filing would be submitted within about 2 weeks. I don't know how fast they would turn around and how far along it would be within, let's say, 6 weeks. But we could get it as far as the DOB will respond.
Okay. Okay. And how about the other work that needs to be done, like the mechanical information, the modified lumen spread diagram, et cetera?
John,
So
how
I-
long do you think that, oh, sorry.
I don't know. I guess I'm gonna have to hire somebody to do that.
So at least 6 weeks?
I don't know. I'll call some people and find out how long it takes. I have no idea.
Okay, so I'm gonna put down 6 weeks, and Ms. Baton, you know that we reached back out to you, that that's a good amount of time. So we'll put down 6 weeks. If you could find out in the next couple of days how much time you're going to need, so that we don't have to adjourn the case, because adjournments end up taking longer, right?
Understood.
Okay, so I'm writing 6 weeks to submit. Okay. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, new cases, item number 16, 39747BZ, 64-0111 Woodhaven Boulevard, Queens. This is the office of Walter Gorman.
So I have Dolly Reyes, who raised her hand. I don't know if she's part of the team.
She's from Walter Gorman's office.
Okay.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hello.
Hi, I'm Dolly Reyes.
Are you by yourself, Ms. Reyes?
Yes, I am.
Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Please restate your name for the record.
Dolly Reyes.
Okay, proceed.
Okay. So from what was discussed in the review session, one of the comments was in terms of the storage behind along the shared residential lot line that needs to be cleaned up. More planting can be added. I believe it was stated in photos 8 and 9 that showed the storage. So we can have that cleared up. We can create a buffer between the site and the residential properties. That is no problem.
So I just want to clarify, you can't have open storage like that on the lot. You have a pile of tires that is just chucked in there, and lots of other stuff just chucked in there. It's not permitted to have open storage on this lot. If you have tires, they have to be kept inside. It's a very large lot. There's no excuse for not keeping the tires inside. And everything else has to be organized. It cannot just be a chucking zone. Okay?
I believe there was a letter that was sent by the community board like late in October in regards to some mosquitoes. We weren't aware of that, but we are aware of the tires, and we will have that cleared out.
Okay.
In terms of the FDNY permit, which expired August of this year, we will verify if this has been renewed. We'll submit a search request with the FDNY and see if that was renewed. If not, we will do that immediately. There was a comment in regards to the adjacent lot 22. There's no relation between our site and lot 22. I believe that parking lot belongs to the MassPath Federal Savings Bank. So there's no relation between our site and the adjacent site parking lot. We will modify the lumen level readings to indicate what readings were with the lights off and lights on. Also, we did provide photos of the equipment that was used, of the meters, but in those photographs, I don't know if you want us to comment exactly the location of where that photograph was taken with that specific reading. If you want that in the drawing or on the PDF where all the photos were.
So the thing is, it's just a pile of photos with a picture of a meter. It looks like an advertisement for a meter. It's not tied to anything, right?
Right.
So it claims it's always zero. What's funny about the pictures also is it's zero, but you're shining a light on the meter in order to show that it's 0. So that's confusing too, because how could it be 0 if there's a light shining on it? So, you know, it's the methodology is not explained at all. It's just a pile of photos to advertise a meter. So you need to tie it into the plans, explain where each reading was taken on the drawings. You know, you can key it into the drawings where each one was taken, and not just where in plan, but where in elevation. How high off the ground were these taken? Did it sit on the floor? Was it 3 feet off the ground? Was it? And again, we have this administrative notice that explains how to do these readings, and you should be following that notice. And if you don't understand it, please reach out to your project manager who will walk you through it.
Okay, so we will have those drawings modified.
Okay.
In terms of the trash enclosure, the comment was we don't want any chain link, correct? We want a finished block with opaque steel doors.
Correct.
Okay, we can have that.
Provide a detail of that, because I want to see, and we have, and your project manager will have a sample detail of what it should be. And when I say finished concrete block, it could be something nicer than that. Nobody says it has to be concrete block, it could be brick. But the point is, it has to be an exterior finished masonry so that it is good looking. So it's either like a decorative concrete block, or one that's been stuccoed, or brick, or some other finished masonry form. Okay.
Okay. That comment applies as well to the chain link fence on the property line, correct?
So
there was a comment in terms of having a low wall or a metal picket.
Yes. So the chain fence along the property line has to go, and it should be replaced with a low brick wall. We have a lot of standards. We have another case that we just talked about that has a low, Jella, could you maybe send a picture of that to her? That has a low brick wall and then a picket fence on top of that, which is really the nicest solution we see. It's the most residential in character, and as Commissioner Ollie Brown said, the most durable. We see them, sometimes we see them 75 years later and they look great.
Okay. There was a comment in terms of if the applicant is providing any light fixtures mounted along the rear lot line, that masonry wall. Is that a suggestion to have those light fixtures mounted? Because there's none at the moment.
No, I'm sorry, I don't understand.
No, I had raised that question. I just wanted to make sure that when the lumen analysis, the light reading was done, it was based with the understanding that there won't be any light fixtures mounted in the rear portion. And I just wanted you to confirm that, because I didn't know, it was not easy to read where the light fixtures were going to be located on the plan.
Okay, yeah, confirming there's no light fixtures on that wall.
Okay.
And then we can have the ADA ramp have a sign say no obstruction, or we can have it paint.
Yeah, it should be.
That way it's more visible for pedestrians.
It should be striped that says, don't obstruct this, you know, something like that. Don't obstruct this path for wheelchairs only, or something like that. Don't obstruct it.
Okay. There was a comment in regards to the ID pole sign that's projected 7 feet from the property line. But I know there was perhaps a confusion between the pre-61 variants and the new.
It's not a confusion exactly. You're not allowed to project 7 feet over your property line with a sign. It's just not allowed. So there are two different rules, and I didn't have a chance to look up the one that has to do with the pre-61 variance. One of them allows a projection of 4 feet, and the other only allows 18 inches. So whichever one applies in this case, that's the maximum projection, but you cannot project 7 feet. So,
Understood. Okay. We will verify the measurement of the ID sign, and if modifications need to be done, then they will be done.
okay. Carlo, or I don't know if you're there, can, if you're able to find that section that allows for a 4-foot projection of the sign, I'll try to find it while.
Just give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Thanks. Okay, I don't find that. Vice Chair, you seeing the projection where? On the previously approved, no, on the proposed plans? You're muted if you're speaking.
NASA, you.
Sorry, A007.
A007.
And if you look at the bottom right-hand side, it says sign elevation. Sign number 1 is exceeding.
Line number 1. Oh, I see. And it says sign number 1. But where does it, I can see that it's projecting a huge amount. Oh, but you don't know, it doesn't show exactly where the property line is?
It does. It shows the vertical line that says property line.
Yeah, I see. Okay. Yeah, 7 foot 4 inches. I get it. Okay.
Even if this is not a new sign and it was approved in the previous variant.
It was never permitted. The board had no authority to allow a projection over the street. It's illegal. So the board has no authority to grant something that's, for one, it's on DOT property. We actually don't even have the authority to grant anything on DOT property. That's DOT. That's a revocable consent. It's completely out of our domain.
And the previous plans that's been submitted don't have any signage analysis, so it does not help in that argument.
Right.
Yes, Madam Chair?
Yeah.
So I believe the provision in the statute that guides the projection is section 32-652 of the zoning resolution.
Okay. That says?
Perpendicular signs or banners 18 inches for double multifaceted signs, wall signs no more than 12 inches, ground signs projected beyond the building line are not permitted.
That's the section that I was referring to, but
it's a special one for pre-61 variances.
5230, well, that's only, I mean, for pre-61 variances, there is no provision other than once you change a non-conforming use to another non-conforming use, then you're subject to 5231, which just points you that in residential districts, you cannot exceed C1.
I think you're referring to, Madam Chair, you're probably referring to section 5282, non-conforming signs other than advertising signs.
Only if it's relating to pre-60.
But yeah, but it doesn't give any dimension. It doesn't provide any dimension.
Okay, I'll look it up because I know I didn't hallucinate it. Okay, I'll look for it. It's not one of those because I was very surprised. And the reason that I looked is because this provision was invoked at a recent hearing. And we said, sorry, doesn't apply here. You're not a pre-61 variance.
It's not 73-212.
I don't know. So now we're hunting around. I don't want to do this like on the applicant's time.
Yeah,
Um,
no, but 73, I'm sorry, 73 to 12, I believe gives guidance for like automotive service stations, like the projection. Hold on, let me find it.
Yeah, 73-12, projection of accessory signs. It says in C2 through C8 districts may permit not more than one sign accessory to a service station to project across the street line more than the amount permitted in 32-652, but in no case more than 4 feet. That's that one. I don't know if it applies to this case.
No, this is a pre-61, right?
But this isn't specific to a post-61 case, 72. It just says automotive service stations. It doesn't seem to be tying it in to only special permits. But you know what? Let's do this offline, because no matter what, the sign has to be changed. The question is by how much, okay? So, and that one might need some research, because that's been around since 1961, that provision. So the board must have had some experience with it. So, okay.
Yeah, and Madam Chair, it's actually a special permit. It's not just a provision.
I know but that's the question. Is there a special permit that they could get, or does it only apply to special permits, et cetera, et cetera? So again, let's do this offline now. We don't need to keep hashing this out, but that's the provision that we had been directed to not too long ago. And let's see if there's a way that this might apply here or not. I don't know. Okay. So it means research.
Unless the applicant can find prior drawings where the board had specifically allowed that sign to project out.
No.
But I thought the argument was we weren't permitted.
No, if it's not permitted, it's not permitted.
No, unless there was some special grant that was granted, that's
Right.
what I'm.
Yeah, okay. We have seen cases where the applicant was unaware and the board wasn't clear in its resolution that it coupled a special permit with a variance, for example. And so it was all a mystery how something got approved. So it is worth digging, I agree, into the history to see whether this provision that's existed for a lot of years is applicable here. Okay, thank you. Anything else?
The Commissioner Otley Brown's question about the MPD and the canopies. There were two, there should have been three.
No, we're only requesting for the erection of the canopy, not the third dispenser.
So you only are going to have 2 dispensers?
Correct.
Okay. So could you make that clear?
In the statement of facts?
Yeah.
Do the plans need to be corrected, Commissioner?
No.
Oh, okay.
It's
You're
not
muted.
on the current plans.
Okay.
It was on the previously approved plans.
Right, that's what makes it confusing.
Okay, we will modify the statement of facts.
Okay, good. All right, anything else that we left out? The walls, no dumpster. Agree on the wall.
Compliance chart, you said we're good, room spread.
Okay, good. So let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 39747 BZ, 6401 11 Woodhaven Boulevard, Queens. The call-in number is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 978-1807-7757, and the webinar passcode, should you require it, is 997504. If you are in the Zoom room, please press *9 to raise your hand. and *6 to unmute to speak if you're calling in.
So while we wait to see if anyone wants to speak on this, and there's a caller, one person who called in, and I mentioned that person before, if you want to speak on this application, *9 to raise your Zoom hand. So how much time to respond to this, Ms. Reyes?
I would say 3-4 weeks.
Okay. So it's 4 weeks to submit then, right?
Yes.
All right. Okay, I don't see anyone raising their hand, so we will get back to you when the next hearing date is based on the 4-week submission and according to how it works on our calendar, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, you're staying 46758 BZ 17211 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Let me re-swear you in. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to the board member questions? Is it only you, Ms. Reyes?
Yes.
Okay. Please proceed. Go ahead.
Yes, give me 1 second.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry.
I'm scrolling down my notes. Okay, the same. We will clear out the site of any litter, debris. Again, with the tires, we would have that removed and stored inside the repair shop. It should not be stored outside. In terms of the wall adjacent to the residential neighbors, we will have that repaired, which is shown in photos 21 and 25. There's a few cracks and holes in the asphalt. We will have that re-asphalted and repaired. In terms of the permit for the 1,000-gallon tank, which expired in 2020, we will confirm if that has been renewed. We will submit a search request with the FDNY and confirm if that has been renewed and permit has been obtained. And confirm if we have an FDNY sign-off. If not, we will obtain as necessary. The same thing with the trash enclosure. We'll have that replaced from the chain link to the finished block with opaque steel doors. We will modify the lumen spread readings as these readings were a little too high, and the community board did mention that there was a lot of glare with the adjacent to the residential properties. So we will have to take remeasurements and modify the lumen spread readings. We'll provide a modified drawing to comply and reduce those readings. Same goes with the decibel sound level readings. We will provide clarification. I'm not sure why the readings were too high. Maybe it was the ambient noise adjacent to the equipment that the meter was picking up. So we will have to retake those readings as well and provide you with a modified drawing.
So before you go on with that one, I'm just going to go back to the lumen spread. You have, for instance, a light pole that is shown actually on the old drawing, right next to the residential property that's on Utopia. It's a very high pole, and that's where the readings are really high.
That's the reading that was 33.3, right? Yes, there is a light pole.
So this is a pretty common situation where we're like, you're never going to get that light pole not to shine on the neighbor if it's a high pole. No amount of sort of baffling will move the light off of the neighbor's property. So usually those poles have to be relocated or brought down, or the height brought down very significantly. So they're just below the height of the fence. And this is, I believe there's an 8-foot fence there. So that's usually what ends up happening. Or you have to put the lights someplace else entirely. So that's one thing. In terms of the decibel readings, that the whole subject is confusing because we don't know what, whoever did the readings, like maybe the meter, it's a pretty cool meter, it reads the sound and it reads the light at the same time. So as long as I'm doing it, I make a note. But what is it that you're reading? Like, are you just walking around and reading the noise that's coming from wherever it's coming? So we don't know if the site is the source of the noise or if we don't know anything. So it's extremely unscientific in its production. And so I really don't know who did the readings, if that person has experience with doing sound readings, because they need to understand, they have to establish what's an ambient level before they establish what's a level caused by this site. Okay.
Mhm. There was a comment in regards to the landscape adjacent to Utopia Park. You suggested a deeper planting bed.
Yeah.
Front and back. Okay, so to create a denser buffer, and suggested a double layer of trees. And I believe there was also another comment in terms of cars coming into the site and parking. I believe it was Commissioner Sheta who provided that comment that perhaps the cars would have high beam lights on, and those lights would basically the lights would hit the residential homes in the front of that, adjacent to that parking area.
Right. So let's just to go over that again. So there's kind of three things at play. The community board specifically said they want to see less light glare or no light glare on the residential properties. They specifically wanted more landscaping, and we think that they meant at that corner as opposed to the intersection of Northern and Utopia, because that sort of wouldn't make as much sense. And then we said that you need to beef up the depth of that planting bed there, and suggested one of two different ways of accomplishing it. The most standard way is to put in-ground planting beds, which is like an 8-foot front to back planting bed sufficient to support 2 rows of, for instance, cypress or arborvitae. There are things like that that create really dense beds with dense buffers with tall, dense shrubs, or really they're trees, evergreen trees. But the other thing was, my comment was that you have one curb cut on Utopia that's right against that residential property line. And you also have those parking spaces there. So it seems like you actually can't use that curb cut if any cars, or at least most of that curb cut, if there are any cars parked in that spot. So if you were to eliminate that curb cut, and I'm not sure what it does to the maneuverability, but if you were to eliminate that curb cut, then you could wrap a planting situation around the Utopia Parkway frontage that essentially is the same as what you've got on your 172nd Street frontage. And then you'd be responding to both community board concerns and some of my personal concerns. And then in terms of Commissioner Sheta's concern about light glare into the windows from the cars that are going up that curb cut from Northern, a tall series of trees might succeed in buffering, or let's say filtering, the light impact on those windows. So you've kind of got all of those things at play simultaneously.
Okay, I will discuss with our team and the owner the options and have a solution.
Okay, great.
We will modify our landscaping drawing to show the dimensions, curbing, and types and quantities of the planting. So we will provide a modified drawing.
And that includes that little planted area that you're treating as
the
if
new addition.
property. Yeah, but it is your property, right?
The zoning chart, we will also verify and revise accordingly because it is currently showing the existing FAR for residential, not commercial. So we will revise that and submit a new chart, zoning chart. In terms of the delivery receipts that we submitted, we could also, you suggested Google Street Views for the remaining.
We said we're good. You don't need to do anything more on that.
Okay, so that's okay. That's
Continuous use
acceptable. Okay. In terms of the exceeded illuminated signage on Utopia Parkway, we would have to go to DOB and submit either an AI1 or CRD1, which we are able to do. Okay. There's a comment in regards to the remediation plan that was complete and that was closed back in February of 2015. And the equipment that's there is a Kohler generator.
Oh, it's a generator. Okay.
Yeah, it's a generator. It doesn't have to do anything with the previous remediation plan.
So can you label on the drawings that it's a Kohler generator?
Okay, sure. We will modify that drawing. And then I believe there's one last comment in regards to the convenience store compliance with TTPN 99, I believe.
Yes, correct. It's just
regarding.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Chair.
It's just to show that you're not exceeding the allowable area of selling area according to the TPPN. You just need to do the calculations.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Regarding the generator, is this for just emergency?
Yes.
Is that why you're doing the noise study or the noise measurements?
Well, also because we have a car vacuum and an air tower.
Okay.
So
That's
are those noise studies when the vacuum is on? Is that what that is? Because we don't understand what you did.
To be honest, I have to confirm with the person that took the readings.
Okay.
Because I'm not sure, but we will clarify that.
Okay. Because that information would be quite interesting for us to have, because your vacuum is proposed to be far away from the residents. So it would give us an idea of how far away from the residents can one hear one of those vacuums when it's on.
Right.
Thank you.
I believe that's all the notes I have.
Do we have,
Unless I missed
are we
anything.
good with the compliance chart?
Um,
NASA, was that one of your, I think it was, no, actually it was.
I believe that was a comment for the previous, for Woodhaven.
No, it's on Northern, my notes. Compliance chart, is that a good? We still need FDNY? Right, that was,
no, so
that's what I have in my notes, I'm sorry.
I don't have a problem, a compliance chart note on here.
I do.
I also see.
For
a
Northern
compliance
too?
chart. Maybe Commissioner Shabeta said it.
Oh. Okay.
And I have, and need an FDNY, but I'm assuming that might be for the tanks.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, not sure.
I think Commissioner Shabeta had raised it in his statement.
Right.
I said that they should provide the compliance chart with conditions from prior board grants and where in the application materials proof of compliance may be found.
Okay.
Um,
Okay, I'm just looking at what the word grants were. It says,
I don't think we have one in the folder.
okay, it says no exterior storage, which it doesn't comply with, and the gate for the garbage enclosure shall be maintained and closed except for limited access for collection. Those are the only, and obviously compliance with the drawings. So you have to go through the drawings and indicate that the proposed, the existing conditions or the proposed conditions look like the approved drawings, right? And to the extent you don't have. Okay.
And we did discuss dedicating the parking spaces, dedicated parking spaces. That's shown on the plans.
You mean indicate? Sorry.
Restriping of the parking spaces?
Is
So I
that what
see a
you
note, I see a note, well, that's from Vice Chair's comments. Location of airback, dedicated parking spaces. Was that there or you needed that, Vice Chair?
No, that was the statement. I am generally one complaining about airbags being located right on the curb line. But this one is different because it has 5 parking spaces right next to the airbag, which almost makes those to be dedicated spaces, but they could be used for both parking and for airbag purposes.
Yes. I thought it was actually a good situation or solution. And
Yeah.
we saw that on 1 or 2 other cases today where it's exactly maybe Ms. Reyes's case, but it's a really good way of you drive head in and the VAC is right in front of you. The ones we have problems with is the VAC is on the corner and then they drive by the side and they end up parking in on the sidewalk in order to use it. And that's what or blocking circulation of the other cars. And that's when we have problems with them. So yeah, that was more like a good idea comment as opposed to please fix this comment. Okay, so then I would like to go to the public.
Okay, the case that we're currently discussing is 46758 BZ, 17211 Northern Boulevard, Queens. Should you wish to call in, it is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 978-1807-7757. And the webinar passcode is, should you require it, is 997504. If you are in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand, *9. And if you are calling, it's *6 to unmute. Once again, 46758BZ.
Right. So while we wait to see if anyone calls in, I just want to mention, because I see a new caller and I'm guessing it's going to be Mr. Mueller. I noticed again the community board's comments, which were reduce glare and lighting at adjacent houses, add significant planting areas adjacent to houses, and then they say particularly at the southeast corner around the sign, but we're not sure about that one. And it says provide clear and visible building address to be seen from Northern Boulevard and safety bollard barriers at the property line at the northeast corner, separating lot from sidewalk. That's the same concern that I have and why with the idea of the planters wrapping all the way around that corner is. And then it says provide new parking and directional striping on asphalt that complies with DOB and BSA drawings and rules. So those kinds of comments are reasonable on the part of the community board, and I don't see any reason why they all can't be complied with. The bollards would be unnecessary if you put the planters there. And then I'm seeing 2 people who called in. And if you call in to raise your Zoom hand, you have to dial *9. So if you'd like to speak on this application, please dial *9. Otherwise, if you're in the regular Zoom room, raise your Zoom hand to speak. So, and then since I don't see *9, I'm *9 being pressed by the callers. I just want to go, let's see. Some litter to notice. Okay. Like to advise you to do though is, I know you had to take notes really quickly while you were listening to the review session. A better way to make sure you're responsive to all of our comments for your cases is to go back to the review session and listen to it again on YouTube and make sure you picked up every point. And to the extent you weren't 100% sure during while you're taking notes right now, to listen to the hearing again. And of course, to reach out to your project manager if you need clarification on something, okay? So,
thank you so much.
How much time do you need to respond?
I would say 4 weeks as well.
Okay, sure. It's a lot.
Well, in terms of the planting, and I would think 4 weeks.
Okay. And of course, this is just drawings. You're not going to do any of the actual physical work yet. Okay.
Okay.
And that's true of the other case. You're not going to do any physical work except to keep it clean, take off graffiti to the extent there
And
is.
storage, the
Right.
tires.
Exactly. Those things need to go, and you should be giving us photographs of it gone and the site looking better, but not any new construction. Okay.
Okay.
So we sign off on that. Great. Okay. I'm making a note, 4 weeks to submit. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, the next item, so we're good, no callers?
No callers.
Okay. Item number 18, 49072 BZ, 4200 Baychester Avenue, the Bronx.
Please raise your hand if this is your case.
This is Sandy, right?
Oh, there she is. Where is she? Okay, she's in.
Hi.
Hi, good afternoon. Sandy Anagnostou representing the applicant.
Are you
And
by yourself?
no, I'm joined by the new property owner, Yahya Al-Badani. He was in the waiting room. Not sure if I see. Okay. So Mr. Al-Badani of Big Apple Realty Group is the new property owner who purchased this. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay, raise your right hands, Mr. Al-Badani. Good, thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes, I do.
Now you can proceed, Sandy.
Sure. As I was saying, Mr. Al-Badani purchased this property in October of 2020. So the property has changed ownership since the last grant and since the time of the filing of the current application. My office was representing the previous owner, Mr. Iran Gohari, and we did submit an affidavit of ownership and authorization on Friday, signed by the new owner so that we can represent him today, along with some photographs of the efforts that he has made. He only became aware of this, and we became aware of him this past week when the compliance officer, Mr. Ricketts, went to the site. Apparently he had gone twice to the site, but we were working with the previous owner who had agreed to do certain things at the site to bring it into compliance, to meet the conditions of the board. But unfortunately, that never came to fruition. So I advised Mr. Al-Badani of all the conditions which he was not aware of. We went over each condition, and he started to do some of the work which we documented in the photographs which were submitted, but there is quite a bit that needs to be done. I'm not sure if you were able to see the photos we submitted this morning. I could share them if that would help. But I did listen to the board's comments. Should I share my screen with that or?
Happy that you can share your screen. We do have them, the one that has employee parking only on the fence. Is that what you mean?
Yes, and he did start to clear out some of the, excessive vehicles that were in the parking lot. I'm not sure if you're able to see that.
Yeah, we see your drawing.
So yes, there were 2 signs that were added, employee parking only, one on the gate on Bussing Avenue and then another on the gate on Baychester.
Okay.
In addition to that, this gate was repaired. It was in disrepair. So they straightened that out and we will submit a close-up of that.
And put back the slatting so it's still opaque.
Yes. And then I'll just quickly go through this. There were also additional signs which were required, no parking, and employee parking only. So those signs are there. The landscaping area, which was filled with overgrowth and dried grass, has been cleaned up and attempts have been made to comply with the landscaping condition. They did do some planting and I did advise the property owner that they really need to comply with a BSA approved landscaping plan, which we have. I provided him a copy of that and he agreed to do that. There also was a clothing donation bin on this front yard, which according to the property owner, they never gave permission to that company to actually place that there, but that has been removed. All the graffiti, there was graffiti along this wall that has been removed as well.
But you can still see it needs to be a better job. It looks like removed graffiti as opposed to a clean wall.
Okay.
You know, the chemical to take this off and it needs to be applied evenly to the entire surface so that it doesn't look, so you can't read what they wrote in chemical stain.
Right. So yeah, they only had a week to do this, so they will work on that as well. They have started to clear out this area. As per the board approval, only 7 parking spaces are permitted for employees only. So there were some, besides the excessive cars, there was some debris and discarded material that they took out of the building while they were doing construction. So that is being removed and we'll provide additional photos. This you can see is the landscaping.
We're not going to call it landscaping. We're going to call it desktop Christmas trees.
Okay.
So that's not an acceptable approach, but I do understand it's not planting season. So,
Right.
But message to the owner who's here with us, right, is
Yes.
to maintain your site all the time. And if
Absolutely.
you're a tenant, I don't know, this is a tenant, right, in the site that has the convenience store, or it's
Yeah.
so your tenant has an obligation to maintain this, and you as the landlord take the final responsibility. If they don't maintain, you need to maintain for them. And then it's a contractual relationship between you and your tenant. What happens then? Okay. But otherwise you could lose the right to have this variance.
Sure.
Keep this site properly. Okay.
Sure.
Right. And Madam Chair, I did explain that, what you just stated, that they have to meet the conditions. Otherwise, yes, they can definitely lose the variance. And the tenant that's there has been there for a little bit over a year, occupying it as a convenience retail store. And there was a delay with the building department, a combination of issues like DOB scheduling appointments. They implemented a new system. Then we had the change in ownership whereas the prior owner, when he owned the building, was very responsive to us, all of a sudden he stopped being, and we couldn't locate him. And so a lot of things that were promised to be done were not done. And so as far as open items that we have with the Department of Buildings, I can again share my screen. There are 12 open items which we're working on, and some of them are related to the alteration type 1, and some are related to the alt 2. But basically, the alt, you could see here, the alt.
Oh, no, we're not seeing your screen.
You're not seeing it. Okay. Okay, you can see it now, I hope. So these 12 open items are related to the Alt 1, and those will be signed off when we go for the final certificate of occupancy. There are some items related to the Alt 2, which we need to coordinate now with the new owner. There's some equipment use cards, some technical report and controlled inspections that have to be done, and those have to be signed off before we can go for the final sign off for the certificate of occupancy. So we're coordinating with the new owner to get that completed, and along with all the items that we need to address for the Board of Standards and Appeals.
So what's your projected timeline on completing those items, the sign-offs, for example?
I mean, as soon as Mr. Al-Badani can provide us with documents like equipment use card. They put equipment, they installed some equipment and related to the alteration 2. And there's some open applications, old applications, which he wasn't a part of, and neither were we, which have to be withdrawn or closed out. So I would say about 2 months or so.
Okay.
There are 2 open Department of Buildings violations, which are very old. And it's our understanding that the previous owner had paid the fines on these. And so they should be removed from the system once we obtain the certificate of occupancy. But they're still showing as, they're still showing up there, but they should be removed.
Okay.
Then
there's also, just to go back to more improvements, the asphalt and the sidewalk is in bad shape. That needs to be redone or repaired or something.
yes, I made note of that, and I discussed it with the owner, as well as the demarcation of the parking spaces in the lot, which the vice chair mentioned. He'll have to do that. And providing, once that's done, providing interior site photographs along the perimeter of the lot, facing inward and outward, basically 360 of the whole site. Provide revised zoning chart with correct number of parking spaces and building height. The signage. So the existing signage on the building is way over what was approved. So there's some canopies and a menu banner that basically takes up quite a bit of the facade of the building. And so that has to be removed, and they have to hire someone to file the sign applications. So they'll be doing that so that it's in compliance with what the board approved. we did submit existing proposed plans, but at the time, that signage was not installed, so they need to remove it and then file for the new signs. We submitted a lumen spread diagram under the previous grant, but in our next submission, we'll include that. It will include that plan as well as, yeah, everything. I think I covered most of, according to my notes.
Yeah, I think so too. And to the extent you didn't, then just please pick it up in your response the next time, okay?
Okay.
So let's go to the public, Tony. Uh-oh, we lost Tony. So,
Sorry, no, I'm here.
okay, good. Your screen is off, that's why. Okay.
Sorry. Well, I figured while people are talking, no one needs to see me. 49072 BZ, 4200 Baychester Avenue, the Bronx. Should you wish to call in, the call-in number is 646-558-8656. The Zoom webinar ID number is 978-1807-7757. The passcode should be required is 997504. If you are in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand and still press *9 to speak. If you're calling in, press *6 to unmute. Once again, the case we're currently discussing is 490-72 BZ, 4200 Baychester Avenue, the Bronx.
So again, I don't see anyone with their hand up in the waiting room. Again, there are two people who called in. If you want to speak on this case, *9 to raise your Zoom hand from your telephone. Okay. Any comments from commissioners that we might have left something out? No? Okay. How much time then, Ms. Anagnostou, to respond?
Well, the landscaping has to be planted now, and then the paving, the asphalt needs to be done after the frost, I imagine. So that would be at least,
that would be March.
Sometime in the spring, I was gonna say, yeah.
Seeing if there's anything we needed in drawing form, because the landscaping drawings exist already, so you shouldn't, unless, yeah, you shouldn't need to change that.
No, we have a landscaping plan and a schedule on the set, the first sheet of the approved set.
Right. I don't know that there's anything new on the drawings, right? Commission, yeah, Tony, something you wanted to add?
Just real quick, just a reminder that DOB is supposed to go out and inspect. So there might be some other thing that might come up.
Sure.
Remember?
I think actually the reason for the DOB inspection was because Ted Ricketts went out to that site several times and found it continuously in non-compliance. So at a certain point, because we can't issue violations, he reaches out to DOB to do that.
Right.
Right. So that's the reason for the inspection, to confirm or not that it's still in violation, right? So Mr. Al-Badani, that's what we use to try to get someone to listen, because our compliance officer went out to the site several times and there was no response, even though he actually spoke to a person on site. There was no evident response to those comments until December 10th, when you submitted the photographs of the quickly cleaned up site. So this is all of, let's say, advice to you to make sure that your site looks like the approved drawings, or you'll get a violation, which costs money from DOB. Okay?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. So, but other than that, I don't see that the drawings need to be amended. So that's usually why we might have a return. So we can have you go ahead and make all the changes. And if there's any questions about the improvements to the site, please reach out to your project manager. We can clarify, but otherwise I think Miss Anagnostou always knows what it is we're looking for. So I'm sure she can guide you in what needs to be done. Just make sure you're watching and it doesn't end up getting planted with little Christmas trees that come from the Christmas card store, okay?
No. Unfortunately, it wasn't me who planted them. It was my cousin.
Okay, well, your cousin has a sense of humor. We all got a little chuckle out of that.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't know what's the measurement or the, you know, how high or how wide it is to be. Otherwise, I will have done it from, you know, from the beginning. But
So the drawings actually have a detailed landscaping plan that says how many of each thing. And
yeah,
shows you how densely planted it is. It becomes like a really decorative planting bed with evergreens mostly and flowers, right? So, and they're definitely bigger than those little things you get from the Hallmark store.
yes, absolutely. And also, as Sandy mentioned, I don't know about this until like last week. It was just a matter of time.
Okay, so now
Thank
you
you.
know, as a new owner, you take with you the responsibility of everyone watching in the neighborhood and us watching, or the board.
Thank you.
Okay, so please take good care of your property. All right.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
What did we say in terms of, oh, did I write-
March, you said? I think Sandy said March.
Yeah, so I'm gonna say late March to appeal. Okay, that should give you enough time for the planting. Usually that's a good thaw cycle for planting.
So also the Department of Building will still have to conduct a visit or no?
We've asked them to, and yes, they will. So let's see what they see. Hopefully they'll see nothing because you're doing such a good job. They're not going to give you a violation for having no planting.
Okay.
But they will if you have more cars parked or it's in bad, you know, something like that, whatever. Don't know. That's their
Sure, no
doing.
problem.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, next item is item 19, 75884 BZ, 1444 Clove Road, Staten Island.
Okay, Mr. Businelli. Everyone, please mute. Okay. By Mr. Abadani. Okay, Mr. Businelli.
Good afternoon.
Are you by yourself, Mr. Businelli?
Yes, I am.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board?
Yes, I
And to
do.
respond, wait, I'm not finished.
I'm sorry.
To respond honestly to board member questions.
Yes, I do.
State your name for the record and proceed, sir.
David Businelli.
Okay,
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. I attended the review session earlier this morning. I have notes on the comments. There was a comment regarding the DOB objection denial not having the section of the zoning resolution nor the calendar number contained within. So I'll go ahead and I'll get that updated by DOB and resubmit. Right. There was commentary about submitting pictures of the rear of the building that we will go ahead and do.
Slow down.
Okay.
Proof of service of initial application to officials. Please, if you have it, resubmit it.
Okay.
I haven't seen it.
Right. I believe that was submitted, but we'll resubmit it. We'll
Okay.
resubmit it.
We have so many proofs,
Okay.
all called proofs, and only one of them is a proof of initial submission, okay, which should have been sometime around January 2021.
Right. Okay. Will do. Okay, the pictures of the rear of the building will submit. The comment regarding revising the statement of facts to include the waiver under the board's rules, section 107.3B2, 1-07.3B2 will be included. We'll elaborate the statement of facts to be less, to be more broad in its scope, to be more detailed. So we'll take care of that and resubmit that.
I want to make sure that you understand what we mean by that. You submitted a 1.5-page statement of facts, but you don't go through all of the things that we need to see. For instance, you were required to comply with the terms of the grant, and you were required to have a site that looks like the approved drawings. So you have to show and explain how you're in compliance with those things, and then provide a photograph. So you'll say, as shown on photo 5, we comply with the requirement to conceal the dumpster or something to that effect, right? You need to go through each thing, because in addition to not being able to find it in your submission, your statement of facts needs to be a complete review of the of what it is we need to be able to find in order to allow you to continue with this use.
That's fine. We'll do. We will definitely do that. There was a question about a compliance chart from another case, somehow getting into this file. Do I need to do a separate compliance chart for this particular case?
Absolutely.
And the answer is yes. So that's fine. We will definitely provide that.
And your compliance chart guides you with your statement of facts. So
Right.
if you prepare a compliance chart, then you can incorporate what you learned in the statement of facts.
Right. Well,
And
certainly
copies
will
of
do.
any copies of any missing resolutions, Mr. Busanelli?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll look into we'll make sure that all of the resolutions have
Okay.
been provided.
Oh, I see. So the compliance chart that I was looking at was the wrong one and referring to an unrelated board.
Right.
104680 was for some other case.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know. Okay.
Right. But I also, Mr. Busanelli, when you get notice of comments from the project managers, you need to respond to them, because what happens is we end up talking about it in hearing, and we shouldn't have to talk about it in hearing. Whenever a project manager asks you for something, give it to them, okay? Don't keep it-
Yes, yes. Okay. The landscaping and screening of the trash, of the dumpster, that was certainly on the last approved plan. So we will update our submission to include the screening to make sure that it's there and provide the proof.
So
Along with,
is it actually on the site, or it's just on drawings?
no, the picture that I was reviewing the photos and it's not in fact there.
Right.
So they're gonna have to put it in.
Right. So you know what else you're doing? You testify essentially when you make a submission with that compliance certification, that you've inspected the site and the site complies with the terms of the grant and the drawings. And when you sign and seal that, you are signing and sealing as a licensed architect or registered architect in the state of New York, that something is true. So you're misrepresenting truth. There's another word for that. Don't do that.
No, that was an error. It certainly wasn't done on purpose. But we will just correct that and just make sure we get that updated. Okay.
Also, the photographs are very terrible quality. Take better photographs where there's enough light, okay?
It was, okay, that's fine. I'll just reshoot everything. Okay. And let's see, the next thing on my list was compliance with the landscaping and screening. So we'll make sure that the landscaping is intact where it's supposed to be. And we'll just make sure that that's okay, and we'll replant anything that has died over the course of the years. The separate parking from separating the parking from the walkway with landscaping. And we'll add the notes to the site plan that we're missing.
Okay.
As well, and then there was a comment regarding the signage chart update. We'll update, it is a non-illuminated sign, so we'll eliminate any reference to illuminated signage.
So there is no illuminated signage.
No.
Okay.
Okay, so I think that was it. There was some, there was a comment regarding the exterior light. So do we need to do a full lumen level study for this site, or just accommodate for that one or two exterior lights mounted on the building?
You need to show where the lighting is. And if the lighting is something that might be shedding on the adjoining residential property, you need to measure it.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know, because we don't at this point have any idea where there might be exterior lighting. I'm not sure why this use would need exterior lighting other than any residential use. You know, where's the front door, basically? Where's
Right.
the light? So,
Okay. We will do that.
okay. Anything else? Anything from commissioners? No? Mr. Busanelli, anything else?
Well, there was the mention of the FedEx box. And we will get that on the site plan and make sure that it's not on the city sidewalk.
The FedEx box. Why is there a FedEx box?
No, it's a FedEx Dropbox site.
Your client has their own FedEx drop box?
Well, they place them, the FedEx places them in front of properties in various locations. Typically, it's on the sidewalk. There's many places where it's actually sitting on the sidewalk in front of an office. So they have one, but we'll make sure that it's not on the sidewalk.
So, but yeah, I'm a little confused about that. By what right does FedEx place a box on DOT property?
That's a good question, but they're everywhere.
UPS does it too.
Yeah, UPS does it also.
I have them down on Bay Ridge. They have them.
I think there is some DOT, I think there is some approval, there's a
Franchise thing?
process. Yeah, though I think in this case, given that this was a law firm and a lot of documents being sent through FedEx probably seemed like an ideal location. Now, who asked for it is a different question, but if it is to be there, this is probably the best place.
Yeah,
I guess, but really, frankly, if you're a law firm, either pre-COVID, someone came to your door and picked up all your FedEx deliveries and pickups every day. That's just how it's done. You know, right now things are different. I don't know what FedEx does. I think it still delivers, right? So the reason for a box when you have an office is there's no need.
No, but the boxes are for it's
Anybody to
listed,
drop off.
anybody to use. They're not just for the firm.
It's like a regular old mailbox.
There's a locator for FedEx drop-offs. And you can go to the site and say, here, I can drop this off, and you put whatever information is in and you drop it off there. It's like a.
But see, this isn't really relevant to this case, but I don't see why you have the right to I'm looking at the old drawing that says relocate existing FedEx drop box. How can the owner move the FedEx drop box? It's on city property.
That was an agreement that was reached with the last time we did this. I'd have to look in my old file to see how that even transpired.
Right. Okay. All right. I don't really care.
Okay.
It's not on the subject site. I'm just curious. It's like you're messing with someone else's property if you move it. It's like moving the bus stop all by yourself. Right?
Right.
Right. So, okay.
Yeah, we'll look in the old file and see what went on with that and deal with it accordingly.
Okay. Then let's go to the public.
Sure. The case that we're currently discussing is 75884 BZ, 1444 Clove Road, Staten Island. The call-in number is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 978-1807-7757. The passcode should you required is 997504. If you are in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand. You can press *9 to unmute. And if you're calling in, you can press *6 to unmute.
Okay.
So please call in for only this case, 758-84 BZ right now.
Right. So again, there's one person who called in the Zoom room. If that person would like to speak on this case, you raise your Zoom hand with a *9. Otherwise, I don't know. I don't recognize all the names, but some of them are our typical applicants. Okay. How much time, Mr. Businelli, to respond?
I would say 2 to 3 weeks on this.
So 2 to 3 weeks. I want this to be a good response. I don't want us to be walking you through again how to do this. You need to take the time to really do it right. And if you have questions, to reach out to your project manager and ask how to do it. Because frankly, you've been at this case for far too long. Yeah. And it's a little frustrating. So I need you to really focus on this and get it right, okay?
Sure.
So I'm gonna give you 4 weeks.
Okay.
It doesn't mean you should start a week before it's due.
No, I'm actually going out to the site Friday morning.
Good, okay. Okay, 4 weeks to submit then, and I don't see any hands up in the Zoom room, so, all right, thank you, please do.
Thank you very much.
Okay, item number 2017-92 BZ 60.
Tony.
I'm sorry.
It's been 2 hours since our last break. I think we should. Okay, is this the last case? No.
No, there's 2 more.
Okay.
And then we have the A case.
Right, okay, so let's take a 10-minute break. So back at 3:15, 3:25, 3:26 to be fair. Okay. See you in 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, if everybody could come back, 3:26.
Ready? Oh, no, we're not live yet.
No.
Okay, we are resuming with the Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for December 13th, 2021. The next item to be discussed is item number 2017-92BZ 60-06 12 Northern Boulevard, Queens.
Okay. Just fold it there, raise your hand up. Okay.
Hello?
Yep, you're in. Anyone else with you?
Yeah, but it also isn't letting me do video.
You have to accept your
panelist.
Okay. And then I should have a Paula from Bowler. Oh, I see her. She just has to unmute.
Paula. Let's see.
Hi.
Ready? Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Ms. Bergonzi?
The same. Did you hear? Ms. Bergonzi, you have to respond to this request.
Hmm.
We lost her maybe.
Okay. Can you proceed without her for now?
I wanted her to explain, at least Full from Eric Palatnik, PC. I wanted her to explain the DOB process to you so you could understand it better, because similar to what we wrote in the statement of facts and the cover letter, but she could clarify any missing details.
Okay. So is there anything, can you just text her, try again?
Yeah.
Looks like she dropped out, actually, sort of.
Okay. I'll try again. Okay, well, I can go through the other comments. So we heard the comments, two things about the statement of facts. We can correct the lot area and more specifically state the waiver. And then we heard the comments about sprucing up the planting a little. There are excess banners and placards and some cracks in the asphalt. And we can talk to the owner operator of those things and make the site a little nicer. But as you already did point out, it is a pretty nice site. So we're more than happy to spruce it up a little and make it even nicer. And then I also wanted Paola to discuss what she can do about the decibel levels and lighting, because we did discuss it with the owner operator of the site about the compliance, as you saw in that letter. But I'm not sure if she would need to hire someone out if you want something done further, or what we could do to appease that comment.
So just like we're working with these light meters, I mean, I even have on my phone a decibel meter. Since the test is 18 decibels coming from the menu board, and there's also that really great sound drawing that's on the previously approved drawings. You know, it has that whole range, and it says how far away and what the decibel level reading is there. And some of it you can is on your own property, so you don't have to go on the neighbor's property, right? So you could have a person with just one of those simple meters, have someone talking at the menu board, and then walk distances and just say what decibel readings they got till the end of that hatched domain that's shown on the drawings. And then you'll be able to, because, and obviously in that direction, you're walking between bushes, so that's going to have an effect. And in the other direction, you've got a fence, an acoustical fence. So that'll have an effect. So you'll see the effect from, and write down, you know, I measured this many decibels this far away and you take a picture, and I think your picture will be of you in the forest. And so arguably you won't even hear anything. The birds might be louder than the menu.
Hopefully. So I don't want to commit that she can do that, but we can look to find somebody that, like Bowler can do that. But we can
Yeah,
look.
Bowler has definitely.
And yeah. I wish she was back. I wanted her to describe, because a lot of, we described different, we had to close out different items. And that is why the holdup. And then eventually, after we started closing out items, the DOB said, hey, your BSA is expired. You were supposed to come back for time. And that's when we came back for time.
Okay, so you know what? It doesn't really matter. You can write this down in your submission, because what you need to do is what you need to do, right? So in terms
Yeah,
of,
I mean, we wrote it what we was left to do in the last submission. It's not like any work has to be done. It's just closing out various DOB.
right, but hold on, let me just, you're saying you said that in your statement. Oh,
I'll read it if you
oh, wait a second, someone is coming in. Connect, there she is, yay.
Sorry, guys, I apologize to the board.
Okay.
Hi.
All right, let me swear you in though, Ms. Zagani. Raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay.
So I guess the thing that's left open is you are going to help explain what's left at DOB and how much time we need to close those items.
So we have nothing left at DOB. We closed everything out other than the C of O. And the only reason we can't close out the C of O is because when we tried to apply for a TCO at the borough level, they read the variance, they read the terms and said, you guys were supposed to get this C of O within a year of this variance, and we didn't do that. So we are ready to go and apply for a final C of O once we get this amended approval from the board.
So a question about that.
Yes.
Have you already filed to obtain the CO, and then that was an objection, or?
That's correct. So we filed for a temporary certificate of occupancy with the borough. It was denied. Mr. Policino, the project advocate, denied our request because when they read through the terms of the variance, they said the previous variance said we had a year from such and such a date to get the TCO or C of O, and the owner was not able to do that. Excuse me.
But how come you filed for a TCO as opposed for a permanent?
There was one open application that we needed to close out, which was the place of assembly application. The building department made us refile it through the new DOB Now portal. They would not allow us to reinstate that application. So we did refile it with the DOB Now. We did get our place of assembly, PACO certificate of operations, and that application is closed out.
Okay, great. So now you can file for a CO.
A final C of O, correct.
Okay, great. So that changes everything. So if you could just update the statement to reflect what we just learned. That'd be perfect. And then, and so how much time do you need to get the CO? Once after our approval, that would have to do with how long we extend the time for.
Yeah, so right now we're looking at a 4-week turnaround time at the borough level.
Okay, in terms of like, if we were to grant, and then you would only need 4 weeks to get a CO?
Correct.
So a year, obviously that's way more time than you need.
A year is more time than we need, correct.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
And then the last question, do you want to ask again? Should I ask about the decibel readings, or we're clear on that?
So we were talking about she said that somebody should, I think you guys should have the conversation one more time, just to be clear. Sorry.
We were talking about how you show compliance with the terms of the grant, right? And the grant had these, let's say, the terms, obviously to comply with the drawings. So we needed to show how you comply with the drawings, like how are you establishing that what's in place looks like the drawings? There needs to be something like, here's photographs to show how what was on the drawings is actually on the site. And then there were also the articulated conditions in the resolution. For example, well, for one, the landscaping, street trees, and fencing shall be installed and maintained according to the plan. So that's related to what I just said. That hours of operation are limited from 8 a.m. to 1 a.m. So something like a sign on your door or something that talks about the hours, that all signage shall be in accordance with the plan. So we need proof of that, photographs of the signage, and then if that's not already on the plans, maybe it is. But
that was what the additional photographs, I guess there could be more of they could be labeled better. We're just supposed to be showing you the landscaping and the sign, like that was supposed to be what.
Okay, so it needs to be clearer about, it's obviously hard with landscaping because the trees are really so developed. You can't say here's 11 bushes and like that. That one's a lot harder. We can see that from the images, but signage, you need to tell us what that is. The trash enclosure, you need to tell us what that is, that kind of thing. Like with the trash enclosure, I'm looking at it and I'm like, is that the trash enclosure? What's it made out of? Oh, look at that. That must be the trash enclosure. There's things like that where it's really hard to say what it is I'm looking at. So that's what the photographs should be labeled for. And then there's another requirement like garbage pickup limited to 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. So maybe you have some sort of statement from management or from.
Well, that's what the intention of that letter was, because that is from the owner. It's not from Bowler's office.
Right, understood. But with the garbage pickup, maybe it's to show that you have a contract with somebody and these are the hours.
Okay, so the letter isn't enough. You want us to dig a little deeper is what you're saying.
Yeah, exactly. Some real demonstration that this is actually happening as opposed to now that I know, again, I'll take care of it,
Mm-hmm.
And then the one that I'm concerned about most is the menu board. So the menu board, it says it's supposed to be at a maximum of 18 decibels. I guess that's the production from the menu board itself. But there's also this really great drawing that was provided with the approved plans, which shows the extent of a certain decibel level from the menu board. And it seems like you could easily, because how do you prove what the menu board is actually producing? Little handheld decibel meters. And as I said, I have an app for one on my phone as an example, where you can actually walk some distances, say 10 feet from the menu board, 20 feet from the menu board on the property that's your property, and measure as someone speaking at the menu board.
Understood.
What that is. And if it falls off after 30 feet or something, then we know it's not impacting the neighbor who has a acoustical fence in addition to everything else between them and this site, right? And that was the other thing. There was one photo that showed some of the acoustical blanket, but you don't see the full extent of it. So it's not clear where it's installed. So be sure that where the acoustical blanket is supposed to have been installed on the drawings, we have a photograph that actually shows that that's there. Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Got it.
Good. All right. Anything else from commissioners? Anybody? No? Okay. Let's go to the public then.
The case we are currently discussing is 1792 BZ 60-06-12 Northern Boulevard, Queens. The call-in number is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 978-1807-7757. The passcode should you required is 997504. And if you are in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand to speak. Or if you're calling in, press star 9 to unmute. Sorry, press star 9 to mute. And if you're calling in, press star 6 to unmute.
Or words to that effect. *9 to raise your hand,
Sorry, *9 to raise your hand.
which we'll stay with for now. We don't need to give more instructions.
Okay, sorry.
One person in the waiting room who called in, it's the same person really all day. And that person, if you want to speak on this, *9 to raise your Zoom hand. Otherwise, the others in the room can raise their Zoom hand just by clicking that little raise hand shape in the lower part of your screen. Okay, so, and I just want to make sure when we're talking about the measuring of the decibel levels, indicate those measurements on the drawing. Okay, so we know exactly where you were standing. And,
Understood.
right? Okay, good. So I don't see anybody raising their hand or entering into the Zoom room. So how much time do you need to respond?
Paula, do you have any idea? I mean, all we're doing is making proving each of the compliance.
I would say 4 weeks. I think I can get somebody out to the site relatively quickly to do the decibel, and we can work with the owner to get the other information the board is asking for.
Okay, that sounds reasonable. All right, 4 weeks to submit. That's what I'm marking then. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item is item number 21, 30700BZ, 41-02 Main Street, Queens.
There's Amanda. Okay. All right.
Good afternoon. I am also joined by Jimmy Sy.
Okay. He's in.
He should be in the waiting room. Oh, there he is.
With us.
Is that it?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Could you unmute Mr. Sy or even video, please?
Is there anyone else joining you? We had a phone number just raise their hand.
Oh.
Maybe that's him also joining on the phone.
Yeah, try him. So to unmute yourself, caller, you need to dial *6.
Hi, this is Jimmy Sy.
Great.
Okay. So let's
I
wait.
still have another audio or video on my PC, so I'll dial in through the phone call.
That works. Thank you.
Okay. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board to respond to the board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Okay, please proceed, Ms. Iannotti.
Thank you. Amanda Iannotti on behalf of the applicant, Amerasia Bank. I'm joined by Jimmy Sy, representative of Amerasia Bank. We heard the board's comments at the review session, so I'll just quickly go through them. Regarding the elevator violation, the ECB violation was cleared. I can update the application package to reflect that with a new biz property profile. The DOB violation should have also been cleared. Jimmy had the elevator company resubmit an affirmation of correction to DOB, so that should also be coming off shortly. Why is there a TCO and what remains to be completed? I will follow up with the architect on that and see why it is a TCO. It is kind of weird when I look at it now that the amount of years that it was given was a lot from 2005 to 2021, and it actually coincides with the expiration of the term. So, and that's the expiration date of the CO. So I'm not sure if that's why, but I will have the architect look into that.
And weird, a 15-year-long TCO.
Right.
Usually it's 90 days, right?
Yeah, right. So I'm not sure if that's just a mistake or it was given that expiration date, like I said, to coincide with the BSA term.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I'll check with the architect. We'll have interior photos taken to show compliance with the conditions of the prior grant, that the second floor is art gallery still, and the 3rd through 5th are office use. Also show some other conditions were about the fire safety measures, so I'll take some pictures of those. Submit that to the board. I'll have the architect complete a sign analysis form to show the signage does comply. It's only a couple of signs related to the Starbucks. And the last thing was about the ownership. Amerasia Bank is in fact the owner. I checked again on Acris.
Okay, thank you. I just found it too while you were talking.
Okay. Okay. Just to clarify too, there was just some discussion about change of use. On the second floor, the applicant does not intend to change the second floor from the non-commercial art gallery, which, as Vice Chair Chanda noted correctly, it is a community facility. It's not a use group 6 use. It is use group 3 use. So the prior resolution is incorrect in that regard. You know, the applicant seeks to remove the term, but they want to keep everything exactly the same. The second floor, the art gallery, the 3rd through 5th, the offices in conjunction with the bank. And they understand that should those conditions change, they would have to come back to the board for an amendment.
Okay. Just so in terms of the non-commercial art gallery, because it's such an odd use, get some proof that that's how it's being occupied. In other words, photographs.
Yeah, more than photographs or just photographs?
Photographs.
Yeah, sure, photographs.
Yeah, okay.
Regarding the community board, I was before them in November. The land use committee actually did vote to approve to remove the term before the full board tonight.
Okay.
So we could submit the recommendation in the next submission.
Great, thank you. All right.
I think that's it.
Anything else from commissioners? Anything? All right, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we're currently discussing is 30700BZ, 4102 Main Street, Queens. The call-in number is 646-558-8656. The webinar ID number is 978-1807-7757. And the passcode to be required is 997-504. If you are in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand. Press *9 to unmute. And if you're calling in, press *6 to unmute. Once again, the case is 30700BZ, 4102 Main Street. That is the only case we are discussing at this moment.
Right. Okay, so nobody's called in so far. How much time to do this?
I think this can all be pretty quick, with the exception of, I'm not sure how long it's going to take the architect to get back to me on an answer about the TCO and to complete the signage. So with the holiday, can I say 3 weeks?
Sure. Want to say more than 3 weeks or 3 weeks?
Okay, let's say 4.
Because of holiday. You know, actually, it's funny. You're the first person who noticed there's a holiday. The others may regret their offers. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm just looking to see if there's anything that's substantive that would prevent us from closing this. Can I get a comment from council about whether there's an issue on closing this?
I don't believe so.
All right.
Oh, the term.
No, but I think everybody said that
It's good about the term. They don't care.
The term. And since we're just sort of cleaning up a few little, it's more like paperwork cleaning. It's not like changing drawings or anything like that. So, and the TCO question, I think that's a good guess. Whoever heard of a 15-year TCO, they threw in a T. That's all. Okay. So I would therefore like to make a motion to close the 4-week submission.
Chair Perlmutter?
Aye.
Vice Chair Chanda?
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown?
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta?
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta?
Aye.
Okay, it's closed for decision.
Thank you.
Thank you. So the next 4 are adjourned. So the next item is appeals calendar, new cases, item number 26, 2020 39A, 235 O'Dare Avenue, Staten Island.
And that's Mr. Geary.
Okay. I don't see him in the waiting room. Can someone text him?
Jolene, this is your guy?
You have his number for texting, Julie?
I don't think I have it. Maybe Jolene, let me just check because it's Jolene's case, but let me see anyway. Jeff. Geary. Okay. Seven, 1, 8. Sorry, he thought it was tomorrow. He's logging in.
Okay. Well, I'm glad someone got in touch with him. That's good.
I'm glad he answered the phone.
Not sure if you listened to the executive session.
Oh, yes.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Here we go.
They must. Okay, well, we'll go over it.
Okay.
If you didn't register for today, you registered for tomorrow, but at least you can call in, all right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Sent the agenda. Oh.
Why would he have thought it's tomorrow? I'm kind of like, should we take a 10-minute break?
He's almost there.
Okay.
Hi, do you guys see him in the waiting room?
Yeah. Thank you. I just allowed to walk if it's not working. Okay. Okay.
Are you unmuted, Jeff? Can you do video?
I'm hearing you.
Okay, can you do video? You sign in as
You want to
panelist?
see me? Yeah, sure. Let me just turn on my video. Stay as attendee. Would you like to promote panelist? No, I'm an attendee, right?
No,
Yes, so yes.
panelist.
Oh. Oh boy, I see all of you guys. Okay, great. All right, now you want to see my mug, right? Okay, here we are. I started the video. There's my
There you go. Bravo.
hi there. Sorry about that.
Okay, so proceed. You can proceed. You don't have to be sworn in.
So before you proceed, I just, state your name first, then I have.
Jeff Geary, architect.
Okay, so were you aware that we were talking about you this morning?
Yeah, I watched the whole thing. It was started at 12:24. I was going to re-review it this evening. I thought the thing was tomorrow after they did this today. I guess that's anyway.
No, we do it differently now. We don't have a review day and then a hearing day. We have review, then hearing, review, then hearing.
Sure. Okay. Well, I saw I was the last guy. Then you guys broke for lunch. I was very nervous. You were going to grab lunch before number 26 came up.
Right.
Okay. So yes, I was able to review. I do have some thoughts about the comments that were this morning.
Okay.
Would you like me to proceed?
Yes.
Okay. So you had noted that the 8 blocks, there's like an 8-block stretch up to Targee Street that is sort of available to be widened. But at the end of this block, at the end of Oder Avenue, it dead ends to city property, like it's part of the expressway. So it's only serving those 8 blocks. And from speaking with DOT, there's no designs on trying to widen that for that small stretch of distance. I think it's a total of 1,000 feet before it goes past Targee.
So I guess that's our question. You said DOT, we have the letter from DOT, but of course it always reserves its right.
Yes.
Change its mind, right? So
Yes.
I think the issue really is more of a planning issue with respect to transportation planning. Is it their idea? They may not have the capital to purchase the remaining whatever many lots, but is it their idea and they don't necessarily have to purchase the remaining lots? I don't really know. But is it their idea to widen? So I think that we probably need more conversation with DOT, which is something that we mentioned in our review session, that like, what is DOT's approach when they have something like that, where they own properties here, or at least the city does, obviously.
The city does, yes.
The city does, but obviously for the benefit of DOT, like why would DCAS own a little 25 by 100 lot, right?
Understood. I'll revisit. I'll start an email thread going back if there's a better clarification or a more enhanced clarification that we can get on their thoughts about that property. That would be helpful to this case. Yes, understood.
Okay.
There was confusion with DOT. I think after speaking with Jasleen, that my site plan, we copied the site plan directly from the survey, and there was some confusion early on that something didn't match, but the survey's rotated 180 degrees. So I think once we had clarified that the survey was rotated, that the survey does match the site plan. So because we didn't change anything, we used their CAD file and just sort of, put it into our package. The survey was updated to show with one of the questions, I think it was DOT or DEP, I forget which agency, the 12-inch main fronting, what was it, Mosul and then Oder?
Yes.
Is indicated on the updated survey, which I believe you guys have. I'm not sure if that went over to them, that agency that was asking that question, but it is on the current survey.
Okay. All right. We just sign off from DEP, so, okay.
Sure. I will proofread the statement of findings and facts, as you had noted. You said there were some spelling errors. I sometimes rely heavy on autocorrect fix for me, so maybe I'll just revisit that. And then the FAR is not a percentage. I always kind of just use it as a percentage, but I will clarify that in the revised statement of findings and facts for sure. Let's see, not a fan of the vinyl siding. I understand that. What we use a lot of times lately in more quality housing would be like a hardy board, which is a cement back fire retardant board, so we'll note that. I don't think the owner would have a problem with that. We do a lot of flood work with him. And we use that extensively through, so he's very familiar with the product. I don't think he would have a problem with that accommodation.
Much better. Okay.
Let's see, I think the survey, rotate. I think it was Vice Chair Shonda said the lot line was light. On my side, it's very dark. So I didn't know if it is a transcription error that comes across with the lot lines for lot 19 and 20. So I will look at that and send it to myself to see if I can come up with something. If not, I don't know. I don't have an answer.
Actually, it's just that there's so many lines.
There are a lot of lines
Along
yeah.
the edge. I wasn't able to follow the legend to identify which one is which. And what throws one off is when you see the fence and all the most of the measurement seems to be off the fence. From the fence.
Oh yes, there are a lot of. I didn't want to
plan.
delete any though. I wanted to leave the survey, virgin essentially. I didn't want to, because then if something's missing from one side to the other, it becomes like, hey, why is it missing? So if you want me to delete.
Understood. The only thing I think the reason it was confusing is because in the proposed plan also, the fence line is not on the lot line.
Correct. The fence line is actually outside the lot line.
It shouldn't be. It should be on the lot line.
We're not proposing a fence there per se.
But
the fence we could propose on the site plan that the fence comes down. That's not a problem for us.
It's up to you whether you want to keep the fence or not. But if you do want to keep the fence, it needs to move to the lot line. Lot line meaning where you're proposing the the yard to be.
That's fine. That's fine.
That's what I mean by lot line. I'm sorry.
No,
Well,
I understand.
No, lot line is their property versus not their property. The fence is not on their property.
Correct, but we wouldn't. Just to be clear, we wouldn't be here to fight a battle at a fence. We'll take that fence right out.
Okay, good.
Then we noted some distances to some sidewalk widths. Again, with this property, the sidewalks are established with the curbs in place all the way down the block. We wouldn't be proposing to change those sidewalks or curbs under this application. We would go for BPP and bring back a BPP showing what the proposed is. We don't anticipate any changes from that existing condition.
Okay, can you?
I'm sorry, madam. I think this was in response to the sidewalk thing. Width and the sidewalk dimension will change once you move the fence and you measure the dimensions from your lot line.
Correct.
That's
Probably
where
the city
that
would
was
get
the other
back
concern.
another foot or so of available sidewalk once the fence is relocated to property.
Yeah.
What? No, according to the survey, the curb to curb width is 24 feet, which will not change.
No,
And-
that wouldn't change. We were saying the available sidewalk, once
No.
the fence is moved, pedestrians would have more width to walk.
But it wouldn't be a foot or two. It shows 3.3 feet between the property line and the fence. So whatever the width of the sidewalk is between the curb and the fence will increase total 8 feet. That'll be its total from curb to property line, according to the survey.
Right at the top of, what is that, Steuben, it looks like 1.82 onto city property at that corner. And then at the bottom of the property, again along Steuben, it looks like 3.33. So it's a little diagonal, but right, I agree. Pedestrians would have more available area to walk.
Okay, so what I want to clarify is please give us a builder's pavement plan. So we don't guess.
Agreed.
Okay.
Let's see. I think that was well, sorry, let's not go back. We do intend to sprinkle the building, yes. The fire department came back and said, because it's 2 streets that are deficient, there is a submission procedure that I was not aware of that has to go for fire department approval. They had, you had noted that you had seen the email thread that said, okay to sprinkle, but you still have to go through that review process.
Right, you have to
That-
do file an application with the fire department. It's called a variance application.
Yes, they
And
sent the
then
link
you
for
pay a
that.
fee, yeah.
They sent the link for that on Tuesday. We weren't able to coordinate it that quickly.
Okay,
So yes, we intend to file for sprinklers, and yes, we intend to file with the process for review. Yes.
okay, good.
You were correct that the lot will be apportioned. There is an existing 25 feet that's kind of in no man's land that we can't build on, but if we apportion it, we can build on it. The apportionment would go a little bit beyond the widening line for lot 20. Sorry. Lot 19, all of lot 19 is beyond that widening line, but none of lot 20 would be beyond into the widening line. So no application is proposed for lot 20 that would bring it to the board.
Okay,
It wouldn't be GCL 35 for lot 20, only lot 19
Okay.
after the apportionment.
I see. Okay, so because lot 20 will well, lot 20 continues to be in the widening line for odor. And the reason
That is correct, but we're not building over there.
you're not, well, this is the thing that we've seen. It's pretty odd. It depends on the day of the week, frankly, but sometimes.
Buildings, yes.
Yeah, buildings, as you well know, it depends on the day of the week. So sometimes they say, oh, look, you're putting a stoop there or a little garden path from the street and you're going through the widening line. Therefore, you need a GCL 35. So be forewarned.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
And the same exact thing holds for the height and setback and front yard regulations. We have had cases where the building is sitting fully in the bed of a map street like this one. And DOB says you need a waiver of the height and setback regulations because you're not setting back far enough from the street line. And we're like, what do you mean? We're in the street. And they're like, yeah, so you're not setting back far enough from the street line. Well, like, where do we measure the street line from? Which way?
Yes,
So
it becomes quite difficult to navigate these times.
Yeah. So I would recommend that you check with DOB before you are done with us to make sure that you don't need that and to get specific waiver requests, because it's super sad if you have to come back for that and could have asked for it now. But we used to sort of back in the day do these blanket waivers, and we learned that we lived to regret the blanket waiver. So
Yes.
now we ask for specific waiver requests on that.
Understood.
Okay, good.
Right, I'm actually on a community board here in Staten Island on CB3. So it's funny presenting to CB1, but we get a lot of stuff goes to the BSA. And then there's a lot of questions like, what do they mean? You know, is this a precedent? Is this a blanket? What is this? And, you know, it never ends easily.
Right. There you go. Okay. Anything else?
From my notes, I did not see anything else.
No, I don't either. So, okay. So let's go to the public. There were.
Okay. The case we are currently discussing is 2020-39A, 235 Order Avenue, Staten Island. The call-in number is 646-558-8656. The Zoom webinar ID number is 978-1807-7757. The passcode should you required is 997504. If you are in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand and press *9 to unmute. If you're calling in, press *6 to unmute.
Okay. So there's no one so far in the Zoom room who's related to this case, or let's say not related to a case. We'll give it a little bit of time, but how much time do you need, Mr. Geary, to submit?
Well, I can tell you it would be filed at FDNY. I'm hoping by the end of this week, if not next week, at least filed. from the email thread, it looks like we would be approved just by sprinkling the building. They'd have to go through a review process. I think I'd be able to get you the number, the filing number, but I don't know if that's going to satisfy the board. So if that's the case, I can't tell you how long fire department process will take to review. My thought was 8 weeks at least for them, just going through current FDNY applications, that 8 weeks should cover FDNY, but you may have more experience. I don't know.
The fire department, is sort of two different approaches. One is they want you to go through the whole approval process because you should, but the other has to do with when they're okay with us proceeding. So sometimes they'll say, the application's been filed, it's under review, therefore we don't object to you finishing, completing the application at the BSA because we've got it here at fire department, right? And other times they're like, well, we want to wait. So let's talk about the other things though that you need to submit. It's not only fire department.
So I think the DOT, the build as pavement plan, shouldn't take more than 8 weeks. It is coming up what I call disappearing season at the building department for the next 2 to 3 weeks until at least the first week of January. But I believe my client has a build as pavement plan engineer on board already on task for this item. So I think 8 weeks would be safe.
Okay.
For build this pavement plan.
Okay. All right. So then it seems like both things are 8 weeks. All right. So I'm making a note, 8 weeks to submit, and we'll let you know when that means you would come back for a hearing. Okay.
So we'd get an email that says, hey, submit by X, see you in X+2.
Correct. So,
Okay.
and what I recommend all the time is don't wait until you get that note. Start working on your submission now, so you're not scrambling and having to adjourn, okay?
Sure.
Okay, great. All right then, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time. Thanks for calling me. I swear I thought it was tomorrow. Okay.
It's okay. It's good to see you, Jeff.
Be well. Enjoy the afternoon, all of you.
You too. Happy holidays.
Bye.
So this is no more calls or anything. So this concludes the public hearing for December 13, 2021.
Yay, thank you.